They're saying, I'm having a hard time. So this is what you're doing. You're saying, I see, Yana, you're having a hard time deciding what is in and what is out. Tell me more about that. What does that mean? Kristen, I guess sleeping isn't as important as I thought. Oh, that's really interesting. What are you talking about? Adam, it's very hard to narrow down to small amount of things. You understand what I'm saying? You're engaging them. You're not doing question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, or this is not going to be a 10-minute thing. It's going to be 3 hours.
Got it.
And you're saying to them what your highlights were from yesterday, what your big takeaways, what your lessons were, what you saw in the Facebook group yesterday that really got your attention and inspired you, and like, wow, it was really amazing. So yesterday I saw that someone put on the Facebook that she was having a hard time deciding on buying a house. And, you know, and RJon posted something about, you know, are you buying the house for the person you were, or are you building the house for the person you are, or are you building the house for the person that you're going to be when you move into it 2 or 3 years from now when it was built? That really made a big impact on me. You're saying this so that they know that these resources are there, because half these people aren't taking advantage of the resources. They're not logging into the Facebook group. They're not asking questions. They're going to quit and they're going to fire you, Jessica, because they're not going to take advantage. I'm not going to fire you. They're going to fire you. They're going to fire you because they're not going to know about the resources, or they're not going to take advantage of the resources. And because they don't know about the resources, or they don't take advantage of the resources, even though we repeat it over and 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 over again, they're still not going to take advantage of them. And then they're going to say, hey, you know what? I'm breaking my contract and you're fired, Jessica. That's what they're going to say. That's what they will say. They won't use those words, of course. They're going to say, Jessica, you're great. You're wonderful. RJon and Erica are delivering so much value, and they're so terrific, and they're so wonderful. And this is such a great program, and everyone needs to do this program. But here's my reason. Here's my excuse why I'm going to break my legally binding contract and think that I'm not going to have to pay the full fee, which is a polite way of saying you are fucking fired, Jessica. That's what they're saying.
RJon.
Understand loud and clear.
RJon.
Yes.
This is Erica. Can you please check your text?
I will. Jessica, I'm not trying to give you shit. I'm just trying to say.
I know you're not, RJon.
I
know what I signed up for.
Yeah.
I'm here to learn too.
Good. I want you to understand this is exactly how I interpret everything when I'm on stage and when I'm in front of the members and all my interactions with the members. I'm always thinking, if I don't make sure they take full advantage of the resources, they won't. And if they don't take full advantage of the resources, then they will fire me.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
And I just told this group that my commitment, right, my number 4, maybe my number 5 priority is to make this program work. So
that's great.
Everybody is hearing our conversation, whether or not they're on this call. This is the conversation you and I would have. I'm not embarrassed about it at all.
I didn't think you, Jessica, this is why I wanted you to run this program for me, because I knew that you wouldn't be embarrassed. I knew this program is where this program is where we open up the curtain and we show you the reality. Every single thing that we're going to share with you this year are things that we do in our life all the time.
Yeah.
Imperfectly, I might add. We do it imperfectly, right? I'm imperfect in the execution of all the things that I'm asking everyone to do. That's why yesterday was not about make a commitment and swear on your life you're going to do it. And what's your top number 1 thing? No, it's just make a list of make a list of the things that are important to you. Why are they important to you? And make an effort. I don't need a commitment. I just need an effort to do the things you say are important to you. Now, Breathing is important to you. You don't have to make much of an effort to breathe. Eating is important to you. Some of us, myself included, we have to make an effort to eat sometimes because we forget. We get busy, we get excited, we get distracted. We realize, oh my God, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon and I'm shaking, and because I did not make it a priority to eat, even though I say that eating healthy is important to me. Breathing, I don't have to remind myself to do, right? The point of this week is to hold a mirror up, is the calendar is a mirror. It's going to reflect to you. It's going to show you what's real and what's bullshit. You say these things are important to you. Let's see it on the calendar. If it's not on the calendar, if it's not getting done, then it's not important to you. Stop kidding yourself. And that's okay. All right. So let's just have a quick check-in. Are there any questions about the exercise? Not that, this.
I know, you're just live. I want to make sure you know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool.
We're good? We know what to
I
do?
don't see any.
Adam's got a question. We have time for like 1 or 2 questions, and that's it. The rest of the questions, I'm on the forum. If anyone's not on the Facebook group, I'm there. Erica's there. We're answering your questions there. But Adam, what's your question?
I have what's called a power list. So I come up with the 5 things that I need to get done every single day, but it changes every single day.
That's not what this exercise is about. This isn't about your fucking to-do list. This is about the things that you claim are most important to you in your life. What are things that are important to you in your life? Breathing is important, right?
Yes.
Okay. Eating is important. Yeah?
Yep.
Sleeping is important. Going to the bathroom is important. Is exercise important to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you exercise every day?
Yes.
Okay. Is investing quality time with your children important?
Not every day.
Is investing quality time with your children important?
Sure.
You say sure. Is it or isn't it? Some parents it is, some parents it's not. I'm not.
If the definition of important is something I need to do every day, no, it's not important.
Is investing quality time with your children important to you? It might not be. That's okay. I just want to know if it is or if it's not.
I see in that I'm going to say no.
That's
Again,
fine. Then it's
don't
not.
need to do it every day.
Is exercising important to you?
Yes.
Okay. Which is more important to you? Exercising or investing quality time with your children? Would you rather be fat and unhealthy and out of shape and have the most amazing, spectacular relationship with your children and know that they're empowered and they know that their father loves them? Or would you rather be in phenomenal physical shape, but you don't really have a great relationship with your kids and they grow up not really knowing that their father loves them? One or the other, which is more important to you?
I would take exercise in that situation.
There you go. Then exercise is important to you. That's probably why you do it every day.
Right.
Okay. Which is more important to you? Having a high income that affords you a beautiful home, phenomenal car, the truck, the Porsche, the track days, the travel, spending money on whatever you want to spend money on, and you have a distant relationship with your children and they don't know that their father loves them, or you're financially struggling all the time, but you've got the most amazing relationship with your children and they grow up knowing in their heart that their father loves them.
I'd take the money.
All right.
So the item that I'm putting on my list that I'm checking every day is what in that instance?
Well, exercise.
Yeah, I got the money thing.
Right? And doing things that generate revenue for you. So if you had to choose between, there's no argument, Sherry. There's no argument. There's just Adam's priorities. In Adam's world, Sherry, this is called an exercise. We're doing an exercise to help Adam understand the concept. You're all getting so emotionally triggered by this that you're all acting like you can't follow basic instruction. Not all of you, some of you. Some of you are getting massively triggered by this. Guess what? This is the point. The point is to get you to face a truth in your life that is bubbling there under the surface, making you unprofitable, making you unproductive, interfering with your ability to achieve all your goals because you're not facing these truths and these realities. Adam prioritizes his health and his wealth over his relationship with his kids. That's what it is. Adam, if you don't like the way that sounds when someone repeats it back to you, good. We can make a change. If you're perfectly happy with the way that sounds when someone repeats it back to you, great. We don't need to make a change. What we're dealing with here, everyone, is reality. We're getting a measure, we're getting a baseline, what reality is. Got it? That's what we're doing to this week, everyone.
So I just told you the things I prioritize over my children, but we may discover in the next 30 days, in fact, I value the quality time with my children more than those other things I just told you are more important to me.
I apologize. I was distracted by something in the chat. Repeat that, please.
I just told you that health and wealth are more important to me than kids. Oversimplification, but those are the choices.
Yes, we are oversimplifying it.
Yeah, but I may find in the next 30 days that, in fact, I prioritize my kids over those other things.
The objective here, so we're all clear, is to become honest with ourselves about what's actually important to us. That's the objective here, to get honest with ourselves about what's actually important to us. Instead of just going around telling ourselves the things that we think we should say are most important to us. Now, one of the outcomes of this exercise may very well be for some people that they take a measure of what their behavior is demonstrating to them is most important to them. And they may take a measure of what their behavior is demonstrating to them is not actually most important to them. And they might say, this is fucked up. I don't approve. And then we will be able to make conscious choices to change that. But we can't make conscious choices to change things until we find out what reality is. And I understand, and when Erica and I were designing this program, we discussed and we debated and like, is this really what we want to start with? Because we know this is going to trigger some people. Because we know that some people are going to get really triggered when we ask them to do a very, very simple exercise that shines a very, very bright light on the reality of their life. Of the reality of their life.
Did the person catch the phone?
Yes, he did.
The phone throw stresses people out.
All right. So all that I'm asking everyone to do this week is make a list of the things that are most important to you. Not the one single only thing that's most important to you. I can already tell you all what that is. It's called breathing. Followed by taking a shit, followed by sleeping, followed by eating. Because if you don't breathe, you're going to die in like 5 minutes. If you don't poop, you can last longer without sleeping and eating than you can last without pooping. I'm not sure if that's entirely medically correct, but you get the point that I'm making, right? I'm not a doctor. I'm trying to make a point.
Number 4 on my list. I don't know where it is for you, RJon.
But the point I'm making is it's on the list, okay? Guys, this isn't about, oh my God, what's the... I think the challenge here that I'm seeing in the chat is everyone is so used to these bullshit, rah, cheerleading, aspirational fucking wastes of time that you're like already trained when someone starts talking about making a list of things that are important to you. It's like, oh, what's most important to me? I'm going to run out of this workshop. This is a marathon that we're on. We're on a 1-year marathon together of self-discovery. There will be plenty of time for you to reorganize your priorities. There will be plenty of time for you to set goals. There will be plenty of time for you to take a look at what is true about your life and your priorities today and make changes. But first, we need to know what's what. And that's what this week is about. You make a list of the things you say are and then you'll find out what's real and what's you say that having a phenomenal relationship with your children is important. Great. Well, then every day this week, make an effort to do something that contributes to having a phenomenal relationship with your children. That's it. You can't do that for even 1 week. Guess what? Having a phenomenal relationship with your children, as embarrassing as it may be to face this reality, is not actually a priority for you. That's simple. Not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying what should or what shouldn't be. If you discover that's the case and you don't like it, later on, we can do something about it. But this week is about getting a measure on what's real. All right? This was supposed to be...
So it's on the recording. I would never fire Jessica.
I think so. Hey, there's one more hand raised, RJon, and I'm wondering, given that we have more check-in calls, and that's the first check-in call, should we take William Bly's question now?
I'm gonna listen. As the weeks progress, these check-in calls are going to become more. There and watch it because it keeps going off.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna do as we get. We're gonna get more. I'm happy with the question, and this is a very tough exercise. I know that. Yes.
Hey, RJon.
Hey, Bill.
I guess what I'm struggling with, and I'm just looking for clarity. I have too much bullshit in the more important than the things I really quote unquote want to do. But if I want to make that change, do I then say the things that I'm not doing that I actually do say I want to do but don't do? Do I need to then say that is what's important so I can stop doing the bullshit that's getting in the way that clearly I enjoy,
just
space.
allow this week to do what this week is supposed to do.
Okay.
This week is not about what am I going to do about it. This week is just about understanding what's actually happening. So what's something that you say is important to you that you keep allowing bullshit to interfere with? Just one example.
Working out.
Great. So you say working out is important to me. It's one of the most important things in my life is working out so I can be in good physical shape.
Yeah, that used to be true. It's not true anymore. I want it to be true.
That's the whole point of this exercise, right? So at the end of this week, we're going to take inventory and we're going to see the things that we want them to be true, and they are true. Good. The things that we want them to be true and they're not true. And then we're going to make some decisions about whether we want to make them true. So what would we have to do to make it true that exercise is one of your top priorities? Well, we'd have to exercise more often, right? That's it. Do we have to exercise 3 times a day, every single day? No. Do we have to exercise every single day? Maybe, maybe not. This week is just about putting our beliefs about what is important to us to the test so we can find out what's real and what's not real so that we can make conscious, intentional choices. It's very, very unprofitable to go through life believing that something is one way when it's really another way. That's what this week is. The exercise this week is designed to help us uncover.
Thank you, RJon.
You're welcome. It's so interesting seeing all of you in ties and dressed up with jackets. I'm used to seeing you at live events where you're all more casual. All right, Jessica.
Yes, RJon.
Thank you for being a great sport. Thank you for understanding what I'm
part of the lesson.
we are both part of the lesson. Listen, we are both part of the lesson here. And the lesson that we're part of, we haven't even got to that week on that lesson, right? When we get to that week on that lesson, which by the way, isn't even this month, everyone, you're going to see that one of the lessons, one of the exercises, a practical, profitable mindset is taking responsibility. There's obviously some training that I did not do well enough to prepare Jessica for the role that I want her to be successful in. That's on me. That's not on her. That's on me, Jessica. That's not on you. You know that.
But we'll learn together.
Yeah.
What we do.
All right, everyone. Check in again tomorrow. So today, if you didn't do the exercise, do the exercise. Make a list of the things that are most important to you and do all those things. Make an effort to do all those things today and make a note of where, when, how, and why, and what interferes with your ability to do each of those things today. All right? Jessica?
Bye, everyone. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Recording
I'm out.
stop.
My phone.
This is me.
Well, that was quite an inside look onto that call there. That was quite interesting to witness, to listen, and to watch RJon walk those members through that exercise. That was pretty intense. Oh my gosh, like you don't waste a second, RJon. That was really impressive. So that was really neat to see.
Yesterday, someone on the I think it was Instagram or TikTok, I'm not sure which, was asking how many hours of sleep I get per night.
What was the answer?
What would you guess?
Oh gosh. I would say active REM, probably about
Let's just
2.5.
say, would you guess a lot or a little?
A little, but I have a feeling it might be shockingly a lot. I don't know. I think that goes to your priorities list because you've
I wear an Oura ring.
Oura ring. Okay.
Please.
I can't see it too well. What does it say? Does it say something?
Oura ring.
It's a mood ring.
It's
Oh, gotcha.
see, it's got the it's got those little sensors.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a better Fitbit. Goes on your finger,
Gotcha. Okay.
and then it goes to an app.
And it logs your hours of sleep.
It logs everything.
Wow.
So
I've never seen that. I've seen the bracelets but I've never seen the rings.
So last night I didn't get a lot of sleep. Last night I spent 6 hours 47 minutes in bed, but I only got 5 hours and 47 minutes of sleep. I got 1 hour and 15 minutes of REM. I got 1 hour and 28 minutes of deep.
Interesting.
The day before yesterday, that would be yesterday. Oh, yesterday. Wait.
You know, if we're teaching all these robots how to read our brainwaves and interpret them, we're just one step closer to Terminator times. You know that, right?
So the day before, I got 1 hour and 13 minutes of REM and 1 hour and 31 minutes, interestingly, of deep. And then on January 2nd, I got 9 hours and 32 minutes of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
2 hours, 32 minutes of REM, 1 hour, 26 minutes of deep.
So you slept pretty well on a Sunday. That makes sense.
Yeah. Let's go back to December. So December 26th, 9 hours of sleep. December 27th, 6 hours, 9 minutes of sleep.
This is interesting. I
December
wonder what my numbers would be.
28th. December 28th, I only got 4 hours of sleep.
Oh my goodness. A little pre-New Year's Eve party? What was going on then?
I should also mention I have a 6-year-old who sleeps in bed.
You do.
So, sometimes he kicks me in the head, and that really interferes with my stuff.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never experienced
Yeah, right. I know you have.
over the bed.
I know you have. My wife and I, I'm 50. My wife is 49. We have a 6-year-old. Do the math.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We had to go through 2 rounds of IVF to have him. We were very, very intentional about having a child.
Sure.
And so we are right there, paper.
Have you seen the movie Idiocracy by chance? I think that's what it's called.
There's a book called Idiocracy. Yeah.
I think it's called Idiocracy. Maybe I think of a different title, but essentially what the movie does is it opens with explaining that over time, generation after generation of the most highly educated, successful people do what you just described. They're more intentional. They wait. They have to plan. Then there's, things involved like IVF. So maybe they might have one kid really late in life, right? Whereas it was the joke of the movie, all the people who are less educated are just popping out babies like crazy. And eventually the society as a whole starts to get, the IQ starts to go lower and lower. It's a really hilarious concept.
Well, I
think it might be true.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah.
Joking aside, there's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to do with science,
Mm-hmm.
right? Historically, we had an agrarian economy.
Mm-hmm.
So really going back in time, if you want to go
Right.
all the way back biblical here.
Right.
All the way back to the Bible.
Right.
And I don't want to hear a bunch of people writing in about a bunch of religious stuff because I'm not making religious commentary. I'm simply citing facts that are written in the Bible.
Consider it a parable based on facts, people, if you have any objections.
Consider it a parable based on facts. I'm just telling you what's in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
It says better to cast your seed upon a stone. I'm sorry, I'm going to get the quote wrong, but basically what it says is better to have sex with a prostitute than cast your seed upon a stone. Basically, better to have sex with a prostitute than to masturbate. This is where the whole idea of masturbation is so bad came from.
Yeah.
Right? And you got to put this in the right time and place, right?
Right.
This was said at a time when there were these warring bands of people, right? So people are running around having wars, having little battles with each other, skirmishes, right? And if your band of people if you've got more warriors in your band then
Right.
when we clash, you're probably going to win and
Yeah.
I'm probably going to lose.
Yeah.
Which means I'm probably going to either die directly in the battle, or I'm going to be captured and enslaved,
Mhm.
or I'm going to die from starvation because you're going to take all my crops and all my food and all my stuff,
Mhm.
right? And so the way to survive historically back then,
One of the top things on their survival list, right, of importance, like you were talking about.
right, was to have more warriors.
Right.
The more warriors you have in your tribe, the more likely you're going to not die, right?
Exactly.
And so, masturbation and homosexuality did not produce new warriors to
Mhm.
strengthen the tribe. That's why it was discouraged.
Mhm. Mhm.
And there were practical, pragmatic, non-moralistic,
Mhm. Mhm.
practical, pragmatic, strategic reasons to discourage people to masturbate or have same sex.
Mhm.
It wasn't moralistic.
It was survival.
It was survival. Okay, then we go forward into when we had an agrarian society, right? Because that was when there was mostly hunters and gatherers. Then we get to an agrarian society. Well, the more hands you have to work the fields, the more likely you are to not die of
Starve.
starvation.
Right. Right.
And another thing that people forget about today is, I don't remember the exact statistics, but the rate of infant mortality in like the 1400, 1200s, 1300s, 1400s, 1500s, even 1600s, 1700s
Mhm. Mhm.
was it's like
It's
incomprehensible.
astronomical. Right. Right.
Incomprehensible to us today.
Right.
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 I mean, like, I probably have the statistic wrong. Maybe someone in TikTok or Instagram or Facebook land can like look this up and tell me the exact statistic. But it's like 1 out of 5 children
It
didn't
was
survive
crazy.
the age of
If
10.
you go to any cemetery that's pretty old and you see there's some tombstones, you'll see that the number of tombstones where the age range is really small increases as you go back further in time. It's crazy. But yeah, you're right. There was just littered with tombstones. And those are the ones that got buried. Think about all the babies that never got recorded or even, quote unquote counted. Like
Exactly.
there was a huge mortality rate back then.
So think about, a lot of things that we consider to be moral or normal or acceptable or required today that fuck up our businesses,
Mhm.
where these ideas came from, right? So
Mhm.
I'll give a few examples, okay? Well, if you knew, so your son is 10, right?
He'll be 10 in March. Yeah.
He'll be 10 in March, and I got a 6-year-old, right?
Mhm.
And I know you're like a totally committed, amazing, doting, loving, adoring mom, right?
Thank you.
And I'm that way with my son. Could you?
You're a great mom. Sorry, go ahead.
You are a great mom. I'm a great dad. But I want you to think about something for just a minute. And everyone, just think about this. If you've got children, just think about this. This is horrifying what I'm going to say, but I'm telling you, it's going to help you realize something. It's going to help you have a breakthrough. I want you to just imagine for a minute what it would do to you emotionally if your child died, today. Could you imagine how you would function, Jamie?
I'll be honest with you. I probably think about that entirely too often. Maybe it's a sign I need therapy. But I think about that too often, and I would be completely devastated. I would not be able to function. It would be, to be quite honest, it would be everything I could do not to walk out in traffic. That's where it would be for me.
All right.
So
now,
it would be tough to run a business. Wouldn't even be in the scope of my reality.
Think about this for a second. Think about this
Yeah.
for a second, okay?
Yeah.
Imagine what kind of coping mechanisms you would have to develop in order to survive in a place and time where you knew
Mm-hmm.
that there was a better than not chance
Right.
that your child would not survive past 10 years old,
Right.
what kind of coping
Right.
mechanism would you have to develop to survive in those times? Right?
And as things are scarce and as you're struggling, there's also got to be this part of you, as crazy as it would sound to us to think about it this way, but there had to have been a part of them, as they know that they're pouring resources into this child, food, time, clothing, you know,
Education.
the chances of, I hate to put it in terms of ROI, but the chances of that child living and being able to be a functioning member, a contributing member of society, you got to factor that in. I'm sure that must have been on their heads. Like, we're struggling to feed ourselves and we're feeding our child. They might not even survive. So they're thinking about things that we never even had to conceive of.
What I agree with everything you just said. And now I want to bring it to today for the practical, profitable entrepreneur today. Okay.
Mhm.
Just imagine what kind of coping mechanisms you would have to develop to survive that reality. Could you just wrap your head around that for like 30 seconds? Give me 30 seconds on the clock, Dylan.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've had to deal with quite a lot in my life, quite a lot. And not that, right? Thankfully, he's in the other room. He starts back at school tomorrow. But I've had to deal with quite a bit. And learning to cope and still move forward because I haven't had a choice is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm telling you, business without having things in place like a good team and all that, not even on my radar in certain moments.
I'm asking you to just consider. I want everyone at TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and LinkedIn and everywhere else we're live casting to. I want you to just, I'm going to count 30 seconds on the clock. Let's just have 30 seconds, 15 seconds out of your life to just consider something that I promise you will help you come to an understanding that will make you more money for the rest of your life. 15 seconds of hard thought for a better rest of your life. By the way, Jemmy, you know that the majority of people in this world will not even exert 15 seconds of hard thought, even though they know that it will or probably will, or Jesus Christ, what if it doesn't fucking work? What is it, 15 fucking seconds out of your life, right? I'm just asking you to invest 15 seconds, and I'll count it down, to think about something which you will then use to have an understanding that will give you a big aha moment that will make your business more profitable.
Let's do it.
Ready? Can we do 15 seconds on the clock here? Okay, give me, I'm gonna 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 15 seconds, no talking, just think. Imagine what kind of coping mechanisms you would come up with. No, I talked over it. I'm gonna not talk over it this time. I'm gonna do 15 seconds to think about what kind of coping mechanisms you would have to develop in order to survive in a time when you know there's a better than 50% chance that one of your children won't last past 10 years old. Go. There, that's 15 seconds. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. Put in the chat. Let us know what kind of coping mechanisms you think you would probably have to develop, or you would have developed, in order to cope with that kind of reality.
Yeah.
Jemmy, what can you think of? Let's just throw out one or two, and I'm waiting for Deanna. She'll announce what comes through on TikTok and Instagram to see if anyone takes their business seriously enough to take this question seriously enough.
So I think in terms of coping, I know this qualifies as a coping mechanism, but I think what I think society, what the change would be, is we would have to go back to much more communal living, because I'm imagining if there was that high chance that that kind of thing would happen, I know that I would need to be in an environment where I'm more supported. So I would need to consider.
Emotional coping mechanisms would you develop
Right. But
as a human being? I'm not
exactly.
asking what your survival strategies would be.
Mm-hmm.
I just mean what kind of coping mechanisms cope. So here's one of the coping mechanisms that I would probably develop. I think most of us would develop. I probably would put a wall up emotionally between me and the infant. I would probably not allow myself to bond as much with the infant if I knew that this infant was likely to die and it would just emotionally devastate me.
See, I thought about that, but I wasn't sure if I actually would do that. And that's my very honest answer. And the reason that's my very honest answer is simply because as soon as I thought that, I imagined the families that I've seen in, for example, Syria, war-torn Syria right now, and how even what they're going through, there's still very much evident an emotional bond between them and their children, knowing that their children could be gone any minute. So I realized I don't know if that would be me, but but I think the emotional part that would happen for me, and I'll take it back to my communal living, is because I would need. I don't think I could put up a wall between me and my child, but I would need to take down the walls between me and, for example, my parents, my extended family, so that they could be there for me and I could lean on them if I needed that emotional support.
Okay. What else?
That's all I could come up with in 15 seconds.
What do you think it would do to you? Let's talk about that. What would it do to you? Consciously or unconsciously, intentional or unintentional, what could you not stop that experience from doing to you?
Yeah, it would break me apart. It would be the kind of thing that I don't know. I know there would be a part of me that would be constantly saying, you'll make it through, you hold on, you'll make it through, you'll make it through. Whereas 95% of me would be crushed and be relying on that 5% to hold it together.
And you'd always be expecting the worst, right?
I would be hesitant to have more children because of that pain.
And the risk reward for taking chances, emotional chances, financial chances. The point is, here's the point. You would eventually become wired in such a way that would make you much, much, much more sensitive to, perceptive of, aware of. You would be much more attuned to risk than reward.
Yeah.
You would become a risk averse person.
That makes a lot of sense.
A reward pursuing person. Right? You would become a person who, if there's even a slight chance that there could be a problem, you'll forego an enormous opportunity for gain because the chances are so real of that little thing going wrong becoming horrible, right? A scratch could become death.
A massive infection. Exactly. Yeah.
It could become a massive infection. And so think about all the things you wouldn't do where you could get like scratched.
Right.
All the sports we play. We go fishing. A little fish hook scratches you.
Right.
We play sports and, a pump scratches you. There's all these things. You would become. Society has historically been a risk-averse society. Being an entrepreneur was a stupid, reckless, crazy, deadly thing to do. To survive, you needed to be communal. To survive, you needed to avoid even small risks. To survive, you needed to not create strong emotional bonds with other people because there was such a high chance they were going to die. Well, your great, 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 great grandparents taught this to your great, great, great grandparents, who taught it to your great, great grandparents, who taught it to your great, great grandparents, who taught it to your great grandparents, who taught it to your grandparents, taught it to your parents, taught it to you, right? And unless and until someone stopped to think about this, to do some real intentional personal development, to educate themselves about how the human mind works, to educate, unless and until someone in your family lineage stopped to think this through and make a conscious, intentional change, these thoughts, these ideas, these values, these coping mechanisms, they get handed down from one generation to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next.
Mm-hmm.
And every time it gets handed down, it actually gains power. And so one of the things we do, Deanna, give me a piece of paper. So one of the things we do is we teach people how to break what's called the J curve, right? So you start off, can you see that?
Yep.
Deanna, you want to put that over here?
Absolutely.
So starts off where something is happening because of a very, can you see that dot?
Yep.
Okay, where something is happening because of a very pragmatic response to something, right? I'm Jewish, so I'll use kosher as an example, so no one can accuse me of being, anti-Semitic or some stupid shit. Because I'm Jewish, so I can use this example. It gives me license, all right?
Baruch atah Adonai.
Eloheinu melech haolam. Right.
I did not grow up in Boca at all.
Kosher started off as a practical response to the lack of antibiotics and the lack of refrigeration.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then it goes to the next couple of generations. It's no longer a practical necessity, and it goes from being practical to a tradition.
Tradition. That's exactly the word I was thinking. Yeah.
To a tradition,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the next generation, it becomes a rule. And then the next generation, it becomes the law. And then the next generation, it becomes just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next generation, it becomes reality. So there's all kinds of things that people are saying and doing, decisions they're making, things that they will do, things that they won't do, things that they feel like they have to do, things that they think that they can't do because they think it's reality. But it's not reality. It was just how it was, which was the law, which was a rule, which was a tradition, which was a response to a practical issue.
When you're in the example that you were specifically using of infant mortality, lack of a better way to put it, while you were giving that example, it made me think, and then you ran through that. This is just called generational patterns, right? And we also want to break those generational cycles, and those generational cycles be all kinds of things.
A pattern. This is not a generational pattern. This is much more insidious than a generational pattern.
Mm-hmm.
A pattern suggests a repeat, a repeat, a repeat, a repeat, a repeat, a repeat, a repeat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about a transformation where it transforms from a practical response and it becomes something more powerful called the tradition. And then it becomes a rule, then it becomes a law, then it becomes the way it is, then it becomes reality. A pattern would not suggest a change.
That's true.
This is a mutation of the pattern.
So as we look at this and as we consider this in our own entrepreneurial lives, as we're thinking, okay, what does this mean for us? How do we take this and use this as a lesson? What should we be trying to identify that we look at as things that maybe are things that we should we understand where our own ideas are coming from, where our own rule sets are coming from, and whether or not they're legitimate. What should we be doing? Should we be questioning things? Like what should we be taking away from this lesson that you just walked us through?
Right. So one of the exercises we do with our clients, and we have a whole workshop that we've done on this, and it's in the vault somewhere. Maybe someone can find the recordings and share parts of them if anyone's interested. If no one's interested, we won't share it. If you don't care, I won't bother. We do a whole exercise where we inventory all the things that you think are true about your business. And then we ask you to prove it. Right? And I don't say, it's not like it's true that my address is 123 Main Street and I can prove it because here's my lease.
Right. Not that.
That's not what we're talking about.
No,
right?
not at all.
You know, it has to be this way. I can't. There are millions of people who don't have $1 million business because they have rules and stories and reasons and facts, quote unquote facts, that prevent them from having $1 million business. Why don't you have $1 million business? Because insert a whole bunch of things that maybe at one time were practical responses.
Right.
Then they became traditions. Then they became rules. Then they became laws. Then they became just how it is. Then they became reality. And now people are literally will start, run, and die
for no reason whatsoever.
with the shitty results that they tolerate their whole life.
Yeah.
Without ever actually investigating, questioning, challenging, analyzing, hiring someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
Help them think it all the way through.
Yeah.
And see if maybe we can fix this and change it and do it better. But they won't even invest 15 seconds to fucking think. So what's the chances that they're going to do any of the things that I just described? Which, by the way, is enormously exciting for those of us who do. Because most of us have the businesses that we have, not because we're so great, not because we're so amazing, not because we're so brilliant, but because, I'm sorry to break it to everyone who's watching this, who's got a super successful business, but most of our success comes because of other people are forfeiting the game. Your so-called competition left the field 20 minutes ago, and the game's not over yet. You know, most of our clients, the vast majority of our clients, not all of them, but the vast majority of our clients had their best year ever in 2020.
And I want to flip that around a little bit, because the person who's walking off the field, that person who walked off the field, if they had taken the mindset of being, you know what, I'm just going to stick in this game for another 20 minutes, that 20 minutes could have made all the difference for them.
Yeah.
Sometimes
listen, if you're getting your ass kicked and you're getting your ass kicked and you're getting your ass kicked in a game, and you stick in the game an extra 20 minutes and the other team decides to sit down and quit, well, you're going to win the game, not because you're any better, but because you didn't quit.
Right. So sometimes it's like, what is the one thing you're doing that is shooting yourself in the foot? And I think that's a lesson a lot of people need to learn. So if you're successful, it could be because you've not done a lot of these common mistakes. But if you're struggling to find your success, or you feel like I should have been way further ahead than I am now, then it's because sometimes we don't examine our common mistakes or patterns that we don't realize are put upon ourselves, or we're putting on ourselves for no real reason.
Is we're not questioning our own stories, and our own beliefs, and our own bullshit.
I'll give an example.
My car is DCIDE.
DCIDE.
Decide.
Mm-hmm.
You decide how you want to live your life, and then you go make it happen. That's not the way most people approach this, though.
Mm-hmm.
Most people say, well, tell me what reality is, and I will conform myself to reality.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how it is, and I will work around it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what the laws are, and I will obey them. And I'm not saying people should break the law and go to jail. I'm talking about the law of this or the law of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what the rules are. Don't tell me where the rules came from.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me why the rules made sense at one time, but may or may not make sense today. Don't tell me about the judgment or the criteria of the people who made up the rules. Just tell me what the rule is, and I won't break it, even though the rule is keeping me broke.
There's a gentleman that I've gotten to know on Clubhouse. I'll just use him as a quick example. He's a podcaster, and he was part of this group that did this 30-day challenge where they were supposed to put an episode every day for 30 days straight. It's a challenge. Somewhat similar to the 60-day challenge, right? It's a big challenge.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Because of the nature of who he is
They
and how
do
he
a podcast
is.
every 30 days for an hour. We're doing a broadcast every day for like 8 hours for 60 days.
Yeah. Well, he invented
challenge. I'm gonna raise the stakes on you.
There you go. Well, that's the thing. He took this 30-day challenge and implemented an additional layer of rule on him, which was that he had to record that episode every single day as well. And I'm said to him,
do a podcast and not record it.
Well, recording it every day to release it every day. And I said, actually you're creating, instead of, so the only rule of the competition was to release an episode every
so
day.
you could do 10 of them and release them one a day. And
exactly.
Instead, he decided to go live every day.
Exactly. So I told him, right. And he was overwhelmed. And I said, the reason you're overwhelmed is because you added in a rule that did not exist. You added in this rule that you had to record every day. So instead, on the weekends, record those 7 episodes, 5 episodes. I can't remember if it was rule included the weekends. Record that next batch of episodes, then get your time back for the rest of the week. And it was like this light bulb went off, but too often we do that. I'm guilty of that. I create rules that hinder myself.
You want to know where that comes from?
Yeah. I'm in suspense.
That black book.
RJon, I have a feeling as we go on, one of the questions, people asking about your sleep, I have a feeling one of the questions that's going to start coming up is people are asking about your shirts because you have these beautifully colorful patterned shirts. I'm sure that's going to be a question at some point.
There's a whole mindset lesson about these shirts.
Okay.
Truly, they're truly.
All right, we'll get into it.
I would not be able to. I sincerely believe that I would not be able to have a $20+ million business today without these shirts.
Interesting.
And by the way, everyone's going to completely misunderstand that. I know they will. There are going to be people who say the shirts let you have a $20 million business. No, completely. That's not what I'm talking about. Had I not had the mindset development that went from me wearing Brooks Brothers all the time. I used to have an entire closet of nothing but Brooks Brothers. My closet was full of Brooks Brothers. Everywhere I went, I was Brooks Brothers. I had short hair. I was Brooks Brothers. And I had a mindset revelation, which allowed me to begin expressing myself more authentically. And that authentic expression is what also jump-started the growth of my business.
I had a feeling that was what you meant by that. I really did.
That's why you're co-hosting this show with me. You get it.
I totally get it.
I need to change gears because Stephanie is here, and Stephanie and I need to re-engineer a presentation that I am scheduled to do in 2 weeks. And this presentation is going to generate probably around,
Well, it's supposed to be evergreen, so
well,
many millions.
just in January, it'll probably generate around, I'm looking at Stephanie,
$400,000 for recurring revenue, at least. I don't know
how many prospects do we have? Let's just say we have 40 prospects. And let's just say of the 40 prospects, let's just say 35 times 1,500 is $52,000 a month of recurring revenue. So it's roughly $600,000 of annual revenue that this presentation will produce for me, that I have to now re-engineer with Stephanie. But the best part is the reason why we're investing the time to do this really boring stuff that we're about to do, to engineer this presentation, is because it will then become a presentation that other people on my team will be able to do instead of me, which means that next quarter it'll generate an additional $50,000 a month of recurring revenue.
Right.
The next quarter, another $50,000 a month of recurring revenue, and the next month, another $50,000 a month of recurring revenue, so that by the end of this year, it should stack on around $200,000 to $300,000 of recurring monthly revenue for my business. And the best part is, I will only have to do this myself. Well, after it gets engineered, I'm going to test it. Assuming the test works, then I can train someone else to do it. If the test doesn't work, then I got to go back to the drawing board. But you get what I'm saying?
You know what? I'm going to tell you a lesson my dad taught me a long time ago that is exactly on point. As you grow to be successful, you want to have your money tied less and less to your time. And what you're talking about is a perfect example of that. You're investing your time right now to put this together, to re-engineer it, but then you're forward thinking about how your time doesn't necessarily need to be roped into every single presentation in the future, and it's still going to have this massive return.
I'll say two last things about that, and then I'm going to switch. One is we are recording the book. So we wrote the book, The Automatic Marketing Machine. We delivered the manuscript to the publisher late. And so now the publisher is making us record the audiobook ourselves instead of hiring a voiceover person to do it. And so every day, almost every day for the next 2 weeks, everyone can tune in to watch us produce this audiobook called The Automatic Marketing Machine. And there's a couple of reasons, there's a few reasons why I would encourage everyone to be there for that. One is obviously you'll get to learn the lessons about how to build an automatic marketing machine. Obvious, right? The second reason is because if you ever thought you would want to create something that really creates a lot of value and a lot of recurring revenue and a lot of wealth for yourself, you know, I find it very frustrating. This is the whole premise of this show, right? We're trying to share the sausage factory with you. We're showing you the reality of how it actually gets done. Because what I get very frustrated with, put that there, please. What I get very frustrated with is all these people who they quit as soon as it gets hard. Dylan, they quit as soon as it gets hard because they expected it to be simple, because they saw someone else's result, and the person who got the result either didn't remember how hard it was, lied about how hard it was.
Right. Never showed them how the sausage is made.
their ego was such that they were unwilling to admit that, yeah, I had to work my ass off to make this happen.
Yeah.
And so there's all these people running around who could be very successful, but won't be very successful because they got ruined by already successful people who had such a weak ego that they couldn't or wouldn't admit that they had to work their ass off and figure out how to make it happen. And it didn't work the first time, the second time, the third. They just kept testing and testing and testing and testing and testing until they made it work. Or the flip side is going to the mindset thing we were talking about. They decide that it's good for it to be hard, and they get moralistic about it getting hard, and they take pride in how hard they worked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You get people who, even when there are simple ways to get it to work,
Right.
they avoid the simple ways because they feel like there's some glory in making it harder than it has to be. And then, of course, it's so hard that they quit. All right.
Like recording every single day instead of just releasing every single day.
I'm not taking questions right now. I'll take
No worries.
questions. If there's questions, like real questions, not funny questions. If there's real questions, I'll take one or two real questions. And then Stephanie is here for a meeting with me, and then I got to go record the book.
You got to call it noon after that.
And I got to call at noon. I got to go. No questions. I got to go.
Your questions flowing, guys.
Jimmy,
All right.
carry this for a few minutes. I got to meet with Stephanie, and then we'll see if we bring you into this.
You got it. You got it.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Share this with everyone or not. I got to discuss with Stephanie.
I'm going to go with her.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. So we are on, I guess, waiting to see if we're going to be joining in on this call with RJon and Stephanie. But this is exciting times. This is what we're all getting ready to do, and we're all trying to learn more and more. I think it's really cool to see how he breaks down these philosophies, these things that he's learned. I mean, when I pointed out his shirts, honestly, it was kind of just making a flyby joke, right?
And
But-
even that's intentional, right?
right. Let me bring you back on screen. Sorry, I didn't realize you were. Yeah. But even that, there's a lesson for him to completely expound on and get into. And he gave us a little nugget, but I know he's going to give us an opportunity to hear more about that concept that his shirts, and I'll also share something real quick about me and how I relate to that, what resonated for me as he was sharing that. So I have had the same car for 10 plus years, right? I call her Bessie, and we've been through a lot together. And there were certain milestones I wanted to reach for my clients, for my customers before I did anything about getting myself a car. And I reached those milestones and I got myself a car. But here's why this is important. This is important because at a certain level, I can't continue to expect clients to expect a high level of results from me. I can continue to expect sponsors to expect a high level of results from me, for my team, if I show up somewhere in a beater. Okay, it's not the right impression, and it didn't reflect me anymore. But me getting a car that now demonstrates, it's just showing up in a way that demonstrates that I'm the real deal, that there is success around me. And it's all about that initial first impression. And trust me, it's not about the car. It's not about the car itself, but it's about the car not taking away anything as far as my interpretation or my impression about for those potential clients, potential sponsors, and all these other things. So whether it's a shirt and all the lessons that I can't wait for him to impart on that, or it's something like the car that you use that represents you. Everything that you do can help you level up and get to the next level and feel better and feel like you're representing who you truly, truly are as a human, as an individual, and as an entrepreneur. So that was an awesome lesson. I think we see Jimbo here. Jimbo. We see Jimbo here up on screen. So how's it going, Jimbo? Oh, there you go. Jim Bob, look at that.
We got
Too
two
funny.
computers going here. 1 second.
Too funny. No problem. No problem.
You hear me okay?
I can hear you just great. You sound fantastic. So I hope you got my note that I need to
Yeah.
skip just 2 minutes and I'll be right back.
Slip off and I'll entertain the troops.
All righty. Have a wonderful time. I'll be back, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, everybody. Jimbo Marshall here. In case you don't know me, I am the owner of That Video Thing. We make marketing videos that make you money, which means we follow the principles of direct response marketing. What is direct response marketing, you may ask? Well, direct response marketing in a nutshell is call to action, right? Unpacking that a little bit, the idea is this. You need to be able to educate your potential client. You need to understand that your potential client doesn't care about you. Your potential client doesn't care about the name of your business. They certainly don't care about your logo, right? I have many business owners who are like, I'm getting my logo redesigned. It's like, I mean, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares about your logo. If you're a landscaper, it doesn't matter what shade of green tree you have. It really doesn't matter. Okay? What they care about is, are you going to do the job? Are you capable of doing the job? Do they know you? Do they like you? Do they trust you? Right? We talk about always, and again, this isn't rocket science, but know, like, and trust, right? It's the simplest way to understand how a client is going to come into your business or your life. And when we think about it from our perspective, from your perspective, it's the same way, right? Do we know this service provider? Do we like this service provider? Do we trust this service provider? And that makes it easier for that potential client to step up and say, yes. I'm trying to check what's behind my computer here. Yes, I'm comfortable going forward and engaging in your services, right? So let's break it down a little bit. We talk about going back to the idea of direct response. And again, I did not invent this. I am yet another person of hundreds of thousands of people that preach this message because it works, and it can be traced back literally hundreds of years. Direct response, right? When we get later in the day and we watch the guys, Danny Decker, RJon Robins, read through the automatic marketing machine. If you joined us yesterday, we got off to a little bit rough sour on that reading. RJon didn't want to sit, so we had to shift the set. We got him to stand. And then by the end of it, we realized, like, it's not going just as smooth as we want. And so we're going to start the whole thing over today. So if you tuned in yesterday, you're going to see some of that same book read. Danny did some tweaking on the words, massaged the words a little bit. We had a great discussion about it, this idea of, like, the written word is great, but it also is intended to have the reader be in their own mind, right? Rather than the spoken word needs to feel conversational. All right. What's going on?
I need your laptop or my laptop so I can take notes.
I'm just live with the people. Here, take this laptop.
That'll work. Thank you.
You don't need the stream, right?
Nope.
Okay, great.
No, unfortunately, they're not allowed to be in here right now. I'm going to try to work on them and see if I can get something for you guys.
And how do I show something real quick? If I wanted to share a video, perhaps.
Yeah, so just share it right there. Share screen, and it won't automatically do it for you.
Okay.
Share screen, and then choose Chrome tab.
Okay. Oh, and then I would just
just pick whatever you want.
Okay, great.
And then you're allowed to tab around, and
cool.
It'll stay on that screen for the stream.
Great. We'll see if I get that right.
The nice thing is you can see the screen so you can check.
Yeah, okay, great. Makes sense.
Tell everybody to hang in there. We're planning something that's going to make about $400,000 to $600,000 a year in revenue in a day. So
wow.
I'm trying to see if I can get us in there at some point.
Okay, great. I don't know if you guys heard that. I'll repeat it. We're going to share something that's going to be extremely valuable, apparently. So just stay with us. Where was I? Direct response marketing. So let me walk you through a few principles of direct response, just so that, there's no, again, you could Google this. There's no, big secret. There's no big secret sauce. It's essentially marketing that is trackable, measurable, and has a call to action. A couple people might add it's educational, it gives benefits, it's benefit driven. All those things are true. But ultimately, you want something that's trackable. Okay. Why would you want something trackable? Well, it's quite obvious when I say this, but let's just say you have two campaigns, and one is a billboard and the other is an online Facebook campaign. Well, your billboard that you're spending probably 10 grand plus a month, depending on your city, you want to know what leads are coming in from that billboard. So your billboard might have one number, phone number, and your online Facebook campaign should have another. That way you can track which lead is coming from which campaign. If you don't do that, ultimately you're going to be in the situation where you're like, we're getting a lot of leads, but we're spending $10,000 a month on the billboard, and we're spending $5,000 a month on Facebook. Which one's performing better, right? So if you have the red phone line coming in off of the billboard and you have the blue phone line coming in off Facebook, that way it's easy to see at any given time which one of those is performing better because you've tracked the leads, right? You know where the leads are coming from. So if the red phone, let's say, is not, making the phone ring, the red phone isn't ringing, then you can actually back off of the billboard and essentially put more money into the Facebook. Basic stuff, right? But it's super important. I mean, I see business owners make this mistake all the time where they have one phone number and you're like, unless your intake person, the person answering the phone, is extremely diligent, and every time they're saying, how'd you hear about us, right? And even if they are asking every time, think about this. What makes you believe that every potential client that calls the office knows where they got your information from, right? It would be pretty simple to, as a client, as a potential client, to go, I saw it on Facebook, or I see it. Is there a billboard over across town, right? You just don't want to take that chance when you're dealing with marketing dollars, okay? So it's trackable. Number two, it's measurable, meaning you can measure the results, right? And when you can measure the results, that's really good because you can start to tweak. You can say, okay, we're getting leads in, but are these the right leads? Start to measure components, right? And when we look at a call to action, the idea is that you always have a call to action, okay? You're always telling your potential client what to do next, right? Is it download this free report? Is it share this message with a friend, right? Is it give me a call at the number below? Click here for more information, okay? People, when not given the next action, will tend to do nothing, okay? So you ultimately want to tell somebody what to do next, all right? So trackable, measurable, call to action, right? Specific call to action. And again, there's more details. I'm giving you the gist of it so that we don't get too far into the sausage factory, even though this is. We have videos that are definitely going to go further into this. I want to make sure I'm confident in how to share those videos before I just start sharing videos. And when you're looking at this kind of marketing, the way I teach it, there's a couple ways I teach it, but one of the things you always have to consider is WIIFM. What's in it for me? And me implicates here the potential client, right? Because again, a potential client doesn't care, for example, where you went to school. The potential client doesn't really care about why you do what you do at this moment. Now, I'm not saying those things aren't important. What I am saying is that you have to nurture the client, give them that WIIFM factor, give them this component of, hey, here's what's in it for you. Let me give you an example. Now, I work with a lot of attorneys. And a good example of what's in it for me would be something of the idea of, here are the top 5 things you need to know before you go through a divorce. Okay. So when you think about that, it's not the 5 things you should know about me, Jimbo, the law firm owner. It is the 5 things you, the potential client, should do before you go through a divorce, right? And this just starts to make sense when you're starting to think like, okay, they don't care about me yet. And think about it. I mean, I will often use the example of, if you go to a doctor, right? You go to the doctor, and if your doctor is anything like the rest of us, you have all the paperwork to fill out. You have the waiting to do. You wear the mask now in the doctor's office for sure. You probably spend a good 30 minutes at least in the waiting room. And then you get your weight and your vitals, and you're like, okay, I just have this going on, right? Whatever the case may be. And then ultimately you get back to the waiting room where you're going to wait a few more minutes. And then basically when the doctor comes in, let's just say you've been there minimum 45 minutes. You're just ready to say, doctor, I've got this going on, right? I've got this not COVID thing going on, but I've got something going on. You don't ask the doctor before you start, can you tell me why you do this job? You probably don't say to the doctor before you start examining me, can you tell me where you went to school? All right. Can you tell me anything about what led you up to this moment? No. You're there. You're not feeling well. You just want them to listen. You want them to, hopefully tell you it's going to be better and that kind of thing. It's really the same thing with any other service, right? When I use the example with attorneys, I'm like, if somebody's going through a divorce, they're not concerned about where you went to law school. Their first concern most likely is, are you going to help me make sure this is okay with my kids? The second thing, or right up there equally, let's assume they don't have kids, is how much is this going to cost, right? How am I going to be able to save money as I go through this divorce? What is my future ex going to have to pay me? Or what am I going to have to pay my future ex? Ballpark me, lawyer. Tell me about where I'm at, right? How long is this going to take? Look, if we break it down to other industries, your lawn maintenance guy, you want to know, how much is it going to cost? When you say you're going to be here on a Tuesday, are you going to be here on a Tuesday? When I show you the sprinkler system, that I'm going to say repeatedly, please don't run over the sprinkler heads. This one in particular doesn't go down all the way. Please don't run over the sprinkler head so I don't have to replace the sprinkler one more time. You just want that company to listen. You don't want to overpay for your landscaping services. I'm assuming, right? You hopefully don't mind paying a fair price, but you do not want to overpay for your landscaping services, right? You just want it done properly. You want the yard to look good. You want to trust them that they're going to do what they say that they're going to do. You're going to count on them, right? This is direct response marketing, right? Using the landscape thing as either a video or a downloadable or an ad. It's like, hey, do you want to know 3 things to ask a landscaper before hiring them? Yeah. Notice there's nothing to do with that landscaping company in that scenario. It's just, these are the 3 questions you should ask a landscaper before hiring them. That is information / education based marketing. I think I'm out of coffee and water. I'm talking. 3 people are on with me now, and this particular feed, I know I've got others on other social medias. If you've got questions, send them in. Now, when we look at the other thing in direct response marketing, the other attribute generally associated with direct response marketing is going to be follow-up, okay? The fortune is always in the follow-up. No exceptions. The fortune's in the follow-up. So when we talk about follow-up, what you really want to consider is, how can we make follow-up automated, okay? How can we create automated follow-up, all right? And that's where this really gets interesting. Because when we look at that, we go, okay, we think about funnels. We think about, and I'll explain what a funnel is. But ultimately, a funnel is automated follow-up. Now, it doesn't have to be automated. Jimmy is back. But for me, for any business owner, there's. Hey,
That's how you see me.
Yeah, I was like, I don't see you yet.
Go ahead. Listening
So
in.
going
Loving
on a
it.
marketing tangent. That's where we're at.
Well, good. Let's keep. You're on a roll. I didn't want to stop your momentum.
Yeah, I don't know what you've heard or where I stopped, or where I was at, but I was getting into funnels because I think one of the biggest missed opportunities for most businesses is follow-up. And again, we talked a little bit yesterday about no shit information, right? Like, duh, we get it. The problem is most businesses still don't have proper follow-up. I mean, a perfect example is I'm having issues with a garage door. I'm calling, hey, where'd you get our information from? I just Googled you. Great. So they've at least done one thing right, where they're tracking, like, where'd you hear about us?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because without that, as I discussed earlier, there's no way to know, like, what marketing's working. I'm spending money on all this marketing, but what's working?
Right.
And really the idea becomes, okay, if we can track and measure each one of these campaigns, now I'll be educated enough to know where to spend more money, where to pull back on the money, where to tweak, all those kinds of things. But when we talk specifically about follow-up, obviously the more automation, the better, right? So you can kind of set it and forget it, right? But when I'm teaching this, I'm like, look, my garage door, here's what happened. So I started calling them beginning of December. And he was like, we're busy this week. And I mean, sounded great Google reviews. I felt like, okay, this will work, right? It's a garage door.
How complicated could it be? Right. How nuanced?
Yeah. Just want it to go up and down when I press
right.
a button. You know, I don't need a show. Just
No.
up and down will work. It's a heavy
I
door.
mean, you don't want neon lights and for it to go
Yeah.
on the way up and down. None of that.
Exactly. Barrel, chicka, barrel, barrel. Yeah. Like, what's going on in my garage?
As it goes down.
Yeah. Exactly. So I call the guy. Sounds great. He's going to call. You know, they've got a busy week. Can we do it next Tuesday? Next Tuesday sounds great. Well, our travel plans changed. So I'm like, all of a sudden, I'm like, next Tuesday's not going to work. He calls me on Monday. Great. He's checking in with me. I'm like thrilled about this. I say, listen, I apologize, but this isn't going to work. I should be back next Tuesday. Great. Let's do it again next Tuesday. You call me on Monday. I'll call you on Monday. Crickets since then. Like that kind of a follow-up system doesn't have to be automated, but it would be nice if he was having a tracking sheet.
Right. Organized it somehow.
Yeah.
Had triggers and notifications go off. Hey, don't forget to call Jimbo. Hot lead on some garage door services.
It's basically like,
Yeah.
you got money, just come get it.
Yeah.
Right? Because now as time progresses, you can imagine what's happening to my faith and trust in this company. It's not personal.
Right.
It just means, okay, now when I have to call somebody else, do I call them again and go, hey, remember me?
Right. Right. Exactly. Or if, you know, something goes wrong with the garage door a week after they install it,
What's
if
going to
you
happen?
call them, are you gonna get a call back or anything? Yeah, yeah. Totally get
Yeah.
it. Totally get it. One thing I often tell people, I said, but if you're trying to sell services, especially, but goods too, but anything, if you're trying to sell something, the person you're trying to sell it to, they have most likely, let's say like some of us, most likely they've worked really, really hard for their money. So you need to convince them and let them know that you're going to work really hard for their money too. Because if you don't, then there's not going to be a sale or certainly not a repeat, right?
I was talking about the know, like, and trust factor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's such a simple concept that we all know. Anybody that runs a business is not sitting there going, wait a minute, what does the first one know? What is it? Right? We get this. This is human psychology at some level, right? And the problem is when a business owner discounts that and they think that's not important, it's just a huge mistake. You're going to leave money on the table regardless.
Right.
And when you can look at this and understand, especially when specifically when we're talking about services, and I'll use attorneys here because that's who I work with the most. I've worked with, you name it, on video, and I feel like I've worked with whatever service person. I've pretty much done the weirdest, the wildest. I'm not talking about porn or anything like that.
I've seen a couple of samples, not of porn, but a couple of samples of your work, and you're right. It's all and expect the unexpected, though, just not porn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I had a line where I was like, yeah, I don't need to do this. But, conceptually, it's all going to be the same, where most of the time in a service-based business, the potential new client isn't excited about hiring a service. Now, there's going to be exceptions. It's the beginning of the year. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to work out. I'm going to hire a personal trainer. Maybe I'm excited about that.
Right.
But I'm also nervous. Probably hiring a personal trainer wasn't my first attempt to lose weight.
Oh,
right?
very true. Yeah.
And you start thinking, I mean, especially, some of these areas of industry, you got to realize you're probably not the first thought, right? The first thought of weight loss person would be, I'm just going to reduce my calories and I'm going to start working out, right? Right. And that didn't take. And then the next fad diet didn't take.
Right.
And then you see an ad for the cookie diet and you're like, that cannot work.
but I'm gonna try it. and then you're at Barnes and Noble getting something else, and you see a cooking book or a weight loss book, and you're like, I'll try that next. Yeah, totally get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do Atkins. I'm gonna do no carbs. I'm gonna do
Yeah.
keto. I'm gonna do
Yeah.
this or the other, right? And look,
in my case, before clients call me, they call Google. They Google how to start a podcast, and then
right.
5 iterations later, they call me like, please help.
Right, but it's going to be rare that somebody calls you and says, "I not tried to do this myself." Or,
right, totally, yeah.
And so when we kind of understand that, and it really works well with legal stuff, because I say, I do the videos, I can advise them on all the print marketing and anything else, but our wheelhouse is videos. But I'll say many times a week, like, nobody wants to watch your video. They watch it because they have to. Like, they're in a situation, whether it's a family law situation and they've realized the marriage isn't going to work out.
Yeah.
Estate planning, and they're like, have a loved one that's, God forbid, in the hospital with COVID, and they realize, like,
right.
Just because mom said we get access to everything doesn't mean we get access to everything.
Right.
There's laws that govern all this stuff, and you rebel all you want to, but you're not getting around power of attorneys and durable power of attorney and all of those things. You just can't talk your way out into
those. And if you think you can, you're going to learn the hard way.
Yeah. You're like the dude. I was reading a headline where it was like, Florida man.
Don't make me spit out my coffee. It's too.
Florida man.
That's all you gotta say.
Florida man arrested at, I think it was the Orlando airport, for refusing to wear a mask. And it's like, dude.
Yes. Oh, it's not even just refusing to wear a mask. Did you see what he chose to wear instead?
The G-string.
G-string panties, red G-string panties.
Florida man, why are you doing this?
We have a show coming out on FPN in the next month or two, all about Florida man news, because it just doesn't stop.
Literally, my daughter bought me a book, something all about Florida man, and it's just these tales, and
it just doesn't stop.
And it's these ideas, and I know I was getting a little off track here, but it's this ideas where we love to consider ourselves special and unique.
Mm-hmm.
And for so much of this stuff, I would argue, greatest country in the world. Does it have its flaws? Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Are they plentiful? Of course. But the reality is, you're not going to get around some of these things. When we start talking about, legal services, again, nobody wants to learn about this information.
Yeah. No one's waking up all cozy after sleeping in on a Saturday. Like, how am I going to spend the next hour? I'm going to watch some legal videos. Nobody does that.
I'm curious about bankruptcy. I'm not having any financial trouble. I'm just curious.
I'm not going to go on TikTok. I'm going to look at some law videos.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing on Netflix today.
No.
So anyways, my whole philosophy is like, look, nobody wants to watch these videos. They're going to Google stuff. They're going to find stuff. It's going to be overwhelming. They're going to end up on a website that's basically just a bunch of fluff and all about the attorney. And that doesn't help them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like if you were trying to, be a podcast consultant, and your website was all about how great your podcasts are, but there's no real step.
How I can help you. I don't care to tell you about that. Let me just tell you about me.
It doesn't change anything, right? It doesn't move this needle forward at all. So, and it started this whole conversation with direct response marketing. What is it? Measurable, trackable, call to action, right? It's education based. There's some other elements that, people will say that are involved in direct response, and I won't deny that. But at its core, it's basically marketing for a specific action, right? You're getting somebody to push a button, to pick up,
make a phone call, right?
whatever, subscribe to the podcast,
Right. Fill out a survey, whatever it is. Yeah.
whatever it is, so that the business owner can get a little bit more information on that
Mhm.
particular person. So
Mhm.
ultimately, we get down to this idea of, okay, if nobody really wants to pay for my services, let me just acknowledge that, right? Even if I'm hiring a personal trainer or I'm hiring a podcast consultant, right? I'm not at the core waking up going, I can't wait to pay Jimmy for this. Right?
Oh, in my head, people are saying that every day. Every day.
Can't wait. Got all this extra money laying
All the
around. I can't
time.
wait to get rid of it. Yeah. Yeah. I think when we start to peel back at that and you look at then your marketing and you start to really get psychological with it, right? Let's apply the principles of direct response. Great. But one layer deeper is to go, oh, if I can use my personality to get them to like me, get them to want to know me, them trusting me.
Show that I'm a Hello Kitty lover, so maybe you are too. Or a skull ring lover, like I saw in your hand. There you go. Yeah.
I know. And I'm not a skull ring guy initially. Longer story that I'll maybe tell later. But if we can use the power of video, and it doesn't have to be my video, anybody that understands how to make video can use these principles. You start to understand, like, nobody really wants to hire an attorney. Nobody wants to hire a landscaper. No one wants to hire a podcast consultant.
Yeah.
What they want to do is hire somebody that's nice, that they know, like, and trust, that happens to know podcast producing, that happens to know the law, right? And we see it time and time again with the results that our clients get. It just makes it easier. Like when you have a potential client coming into a family law consult and they're saying things like, oh, no, I watched all your videos. What that client is really saying, I'm already sold. How much does it cost?
Yeah, that sales cycle just went whoosh.
Oh my gosh.
Chop right down. Yeah.
It makes it so easy. And ultimately, when we peel back the layers and we're going back to that idea of like, hey, don't ever believe that you're the first person somebody sought out to solve this problem, right? For the divorce attorney, it's like, assume they've Googled stuff. They probably have Googled stuff. Assume they've asked their friends. Go ahead and assume their friends told them, oh my God, it was awful, right? Assume the worst.
Yeah.
So that when that person is now searching and they come across your ad, and the ad basically says, hey, if you're going through a divorce and you want to save money, there are 3 things you need to know. Click here to download my free report. Nothing crazy, nothing complex. I mean, your ad essentially says, do you have this problem? Do you want this problem solved? Do this next. Like these aren't complicated formulas.
That direct call to action thing you were mentioning a moment ago.
Exactly. You put in your personality and that's the, let's say that's the icing on this cake, right? It's what makes it presentable. For you, I mean, while we're just spitballing here, it's like, hey, are you wanting to start your own one more time.
Padcast, right?
Are you wanting to start your own pad thai? Yeah.
Oh, please. It's almost lunchtime. That sounds delicious.
Yeah. Give me one more shot here. All right. Quiet on the set. Okay. Hey there. Are you wanting to start your own podcast, but you have questions like, what equipment do I use? What do I talk about? Where do I put my podcast? Listen, I get it. I've been producing podcasts since 2014. I've got a free report, a how-to guide, if you will. It's going to walk you through the entire process. Click here to get my guide. Right?
I mean, I know you're pretending to be me, but I want to get my services after hearing that. That was great.
I mean, look, that's how simple the funnel starts, right? And then
Yeah.
ultimately it's going to take them to this landing page, right? Where they get to see, oh, just by entering my name and email here,
Yeah.
I can get this guide
And this is what she's giving away for free.
for free.
I can only imagine.
That's right. You get it. You've been around the block. Okay.
Once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice. Yeah. I'm on a motorcycle at this point. So that thing, just for people that are watching, is what we refer to as a lead magnet, right? That guide is a lead magnet. So every business owner can come up with a lead magnet. Doesn't have to be complicated, doesn't have to be complex, nothing crazy, right? And then ultimately, that lead magnet, once they enter their name and email, that's when the follow-up begins. That's when the automated follow-up really
Right.
goes off. And one of the things how I would teach this, if I'm doing a presentation, I'm like, here, who knows, anybody know what a lead magnet is? There'll be a couple people. Sometimes people call it bait. There's another word for it. Yeah. There's another word.
Lead generator is usually what ends up falling out of
Yeah.
my mouth when I'm talking about it. Yeah.
There you go. And a lot of people are like, no, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm like, okay. Has anybody ever shopped at the Pottery Barn? The hands go up, right? Has anybody ever been to the Pottery Barn website or any website like it? And as soon as you get on the website, it says, boom, a window pops up. Enter your name for a 20% off coupon for your first purchase. That's a lead magnet.
Right. Where do you think your email goes? Where do you think it goes? It goes into their bank so they can use it later. Yeah.
Yeah. And they know you're looking at that white overpriced comforter because you're getting emails.
Right.
About, hey, did you leave something behind? Don't you think this white overpriced?
Exactly. By the way, they're not just collecting your email from that little pop-up window. Oh no, sir. There are these things called cookies. They're tracking you all over their website so they can give you your personalized shopping experience, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. And you can either be off put by that and go, oh, I don't want the man knowing my information, or you can go, look, this is the world we live in.
Yeah.
And I'm not that special and nobody wants
Right. If it makes you find the one crock pot that I actually want, then that's good.
Yeah. It makes me think of the people like going, I'm not going to get the vaccine because it's the government trying to track me. It's like, dude, the government can't fix potholes. What?
And they're tracking you 15 other ways already.
Yeah. You've got one of these, but you don't want the vaccine. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Good Lord.
I get it. You've done your own research. Sure. It's so funny. Side note, I'm back in Texas. I got a group of high school friends. One of them that gave me this. There's 5 of us middle-aged white nerds that all have skull rings that are all like successful business guys.
That's hilarious.
We're all like, yeah, we're badass. We're not. But I was like, so you haven't gotten the vaccine. And here's the kicker. One of our friends in this group of 5 guys, we're all, reminiscing the things you do.
Yeah.
We're all sitting around. It's whatever. It's Christmas night, actually. One of our friends is an actual doctor. Okay. Side note, he literally diagnosed my 2-year-old at the time with leukemia. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I know. That's a whole nother dramatic story. She's 20. She's fine. But yeah, if you're wondering if childhood cancer sucks, indeed it does.
Wow. Yeah.
So we're sitting around and Tom.
The doctor or non-doctor?
Tom is who we call Doc. Yeah, he's a doctor. And he's literally he is the doctor in a small Texas town, right? Like he was mayor of that town.
Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy.
He'll be running the post office another 5 years. Then he'll be the dentist.
Yeah, exactly. So he's the doctor in this small town, and we get together once a year in the spring. We go to this other friend of ours has like this 300-acre ranch that we just go out there and have shenanigans on. And he was like telling us like the biggest challenge in his small town is people just don't trust it. right? The vaccine.
Yeah.
And so we're sitting around Christmas night, and and no judgment if you're watching and you're like, I'm not vaccinated. Fine, go whatever. And so the other guy's like, nah, just don't need it. And and he got COVID, right? and he goes to see our friend, the
Of
doctor.
course, right? Help me now. Not then,
Yeah.
but help me now.
And I go, so Tom, what'd you do? And he goes, oh, we run this thing through the patients and blah, blah, blah. And it does a pretty good job. And I looked at him and I go, so do you know what's in that stuff?
There
And he
you
was
go.
like, and I was like, so wait a minute. You're willing to go to a hospital when you're sick. And you're
Right,
just gonna
right.
take whatever they give you.
And let's not start asking about what's in your pantry, what's in your
Oh my God, right? Right? It's like, oh my God. Anyway,
Anyway,
I don't know where we were going with this. I
forgot.
wanted to share some, and not that this is not amazing content, but I wanted to share.
A little off topic, but that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to bring us back because we are going to watch. I've told the audience that we're going to watch Danny and RJon later on this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Do the book read. But what I wanted to do, and if you'll just hang with me.
Sure. You gonna play us a little something, something?
I'm going to find, as soon as I figure it out, I'm going to find one of the videos that we have.
Mm-hmm.
We had other questions about, who's Danny Decker, the marketing, blah, 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 blah. So I have a video that I want to show from him.
Of his intro?
Well, it's actually
the promo.
It's from his workshop. So let me just get there.
Are you okay? I found his list of videos.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one you're there's Danny Decker's Automatic Marketing Machine promo. Is there a certain word I should know which title you're looking for?
It's not the promo, but it's day 1, session 1.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
And if you can share that with the audience,
yeah,
that would be great. I think it's somewhere between, I don't have it right in front of me.
An hour from.
Okay.
Oops.
Is it an hour?
It's showing up as an hour.
Okay, great.
Okay. So what we can do is, I realized I did this wrong yesterday. So let me see if I don't do this wrong today.
Yeah.
So, all right. So any final words before we go ahead and get this going?
I would say enjoy it. Thanks everybody for watching. Keep your questions coming in. We're going to be back in an hour, and this is amazing content. He starts off with his story. He's got a fascinating background, but it'll give everyone in the audience a little more context for who Danny Decker is as well.
Fantastic. All right, guys, enjoy this advanced automatic marketing machine with Danny Decker, day 1, session 1. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Make sure I get this right this time. Because Lord knows I did not do it right last time.
It's like Zoom at the beginning.
There we go. I believe you see my screen now. Do you see like a big black stripe?
I do.
Okay, fantastic. So let me go ahead and actually play that big black stripe. How do I do that? Oh, there we go.
So who's excited to talk marketing for the next?
Uh-oh, I think it froze.
Buffering issue?
Yeah, it looks like it's buffering. Let me see if I can close some things on my end, and maybe that'll help it out.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you have decent speed on the internet?
I do. Yeah, I have really good speed. I have to, otherwise I couldn't do what I do for a living.
3 days.
Yeah. There we
Yeah.
go. Okay, let's see if that helps. Here we go.
These are my people. These are my people. If you don't have an automatic marketing machine, all you have is a job. If you don't have an automatic marketing machine, all you have is a job. I'm going to tell you what that means, and we're going to talk this weekend about how to build that. But first, I'm going to start by telling you guys a little bit about my childhood. So, I was born in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and when I was 5 years old, my parents moved our family from Minnesota across the Atlantic Ocean to a country in West Africa called Liberia. And this was back in 1989. And so if that sounds like a dramatic move today, let me assure you that in 1989, it was an extremely crazy move, right? The internet wasn't a thing yet. Email wasn't a thing. Social media wasn't a thing. And so literally the only way to communicate with friends and family back in the United States was snail mail. And it took 6 to 8 weeks to get a letter back and forth if it was delivered at all. And so a whole lot of people thought my parents were crazy, which is valid. I understand that. As a parent now, I sometimes think my parents were crazy. So why did they do it? They did it because they had a cause that they believed in. They joined a mission organization working with the people of Liberia, which is a very underprivileged country then and in many ways even today still is. They worked with an organization building hospitals, building dental clinics, running orphanages, and just all sorts of different things to help the Liberian people. And so it was an interesting way to grow up. So from age 5 to age 17, I spent most of my life in West Africa. I have plenty of stories, and maybe we'll get to some of them later. But what's really important, and what you can't help but realizing very quickly if you spend time in West Africa, is just the extreme level of poverty that most people are living in. Right? It is for most families, it's a day-to-day struggle. Like literally, you're providing for your daily needs. And what's interesting is let me say this: it is a complicated situation, right? There are a lot of causes, there are a lot of factors at play that create those conditions. But one of the root causes, not a symptom, but a root cause, is a lack of access for many families and many villages to fresh water. Clean fresh water is not accessible for a large percentage of people that live in West Africa. And so what happens is, obviously, you need water to survive. And so typically the women in the village, most of their time is spent every day gathering water, manually picking up buckets and walking half a mile, walking 3 miles, and filling up buckets and bringing them back home for cooking and drinking and bathing and all of that stuff. And it's a tragedy on multiple levels. But one of the reason I say that it is the root cause, or one of the root causes of poverty, is because the sheer amount of time that is spent doing the manual labor of going and fetching water and bringing it back to your village is overwhelming. Many women spend 8 to 10 hours per day gathering water. Like that's what they do. They wake up and they go and they gather water. They take their bucket, they fill it up, they bring it back. That's what they do. Collectively, and this is according to the United Nations did a lot of research on this, they spend over 90 million hours collectively every single day gathering water. 90 million hours every day. If you do the math, that's 630 million hours a week, 3 billion hours per month, 35 billion hours per year spent doing an incredibly manual process, right? Just a manual process. And it's necessary for survival, right? It's not optional. And so what I want you to think about is that represents about half of the workforce, right? Women and a lot of children get pulled into this. And it's a tragedy because there are so many other things they could be doing instead, right? If they did not have to do this highly manual, laborious process of gathering water and bringing it back to their village, they could be starting businesses. They could be planting crops, selling them, using it for food and selling them and making money. They could be tending those crops. They could be educating their kids, spending more time educating their kids. By the way, the kids often get pulled into this too. And so instead of being educated, they are gathering water. And so what was really, really cool to see when I was over there is the amazing impact on communities and villages when processes and machinery was put in place to get them water, to get them fresh water automatically, so they didn't have to spend their time and energy doing it. And so it started out just very primitively, right? Like organizations would come in and they would help them build these like big rain catchers, which literally are just massive funnels that like gather the water in one place. People started building dams strategically, so you create like basins of water like right next to the village instead of 3 miles from the village, and things like that. And eventually, and a lot of Africa now is really coming along from a development standpoint. There's a lot of places do have running water, and you can turn on the faucet and get water in your own home, like we're used to here. And so when that happens, it just creates all these massive opportunities, because instead of spending their entire life 7 days a week gathering water, instead they're able to do better things, higher and better uses of their time, spend more time taking care of their crops, taking care of their kids, starting businesses, resting, getting themselves in a better mental place. It's transformative. Like, it is at a core level completely transformative to these villages when they don't have to spend their time thinking every day, where do I get water? And let me spend 10 hours doing it, right? Crazy. So a little side note, RJon and I are writing a book. We're coming out with a book later on this year called The Automatic Marketing Machine. And a significant portion of the profits of that book are going to supporting UNICEF and some other organizations that are doing really good work in Africa, kind of creating this transformation. So you're probably sitting here saying, okay, what does that have to do with my law firm? And here's the thing. Just as a human and a village needs a flow of water, your law firm needs a steady flow of clients. You will not last very long in business if you do not have a steady flow of clients and leads into your law firm. And because that is the essential where you have to start every morning, if you don't have an automatic system that's going to do it for you, it's a manual process. And it requires you getting up in the morning and dragging your butt to the BNI meetings and going to the Chamber of Commerce and making the calls. It requires you doing a highly manual process. And I've worked with thousands of businesses over the last 15 years. And the transformation that happens when you find a way to automate that process and bring leads and clients into your business automatically, so you don't have to spend 4 hours a day, 6 hours a day, the first hour of your day, whatever, worrying about the marketing and where the next client is going to come from. All of a sudden, you can graduate and get yourself to a higher and better use of your time, and it's transformational. And I know a lot of How to Manage members have experienced that. I imagine some of you here have experienced that, but it is transformational when you wake up in the morning and you don't have that fear in your stomach about where is the next client coming from because I have to meet payroll on Friday. So we are going to spend the next 3 days or so building the blueprint for your automatic marketing machine. And I want you to think of this as a machine, as an automatic machine, which is highly distinct from manual labor. Your marketing needs to become an automatic, machine-driven process. You can't get up in the morning and haul the bucket half a mile and spend 4 hours doing that. It's going to become automatic, and that's what we're doing here. So this is all about building an automatic marketing machine, which is going to deliver qualified prospects to your sales team. Your marketing basically exists to deliver qualified prospects to your sales team. That's the purpose of your marketing. Not only that, we want to deliver prospects in the right quantity to your sales team. If you need 30 leads a month to meet your business goals, well, then your marketing machine needs to be dialed up to 30 leads a month. If you only need 10, well, then we level it down. And if we need more, we level it back up. Think of this in the context of water, right? Deliver qualified prospects to your sales team. That's like, we need clean water. We need clean, healthy, fresh water. Deliver prospects in the right quantity. It's not that helpful if your faucet in your house just has an on-off button, right? Where you either get a fire hose of water in your kitchen or you get nothing. Same with marketing. It's actually an easy way to blow up a business to generate too many leads in too short of a time because you don't have the systems in place to manage those leads. And you may not know how to convert them, and you definitely don't know how to service them, right? So it's the right quantity. It's about delivering prospects in the right frame of mind to your sales team, right? People need to show up for your sales consultations ready to buy, primed, already seen the social proof. We need to deliver prospects to your sales team at the right time. An automatic water delivery machine is of no use if it just turns on and off whenever it wants to, right? Your marketing does you no good if you can't control when you're getting your leads and when you're not. Your marketing needs to precondition prospects and leads, and this is a big one. And by the way, we're going to get into how to do all of this, to work with your firm, not just you. Huge amount of headaches created if your prospects come in expecting to get one-on-one attention from you and then find out that they're working with an associate and they're not happy about that. So your marketing, a big part of your marketing is preconditioning your prospects to want to work with your firm, not you. And last and most importantly, we need to do all of this without your manual labor. The entire point, the reason we're here, is building a system to do this without your manual labor. I don't want you to have to spend hours every week thinking about your marketing. Sound good? All right. So we're going to get into how to do that. And where I want to start is just with this acknowledgement. There is a tremendous amount of confusion and overwhelm and options when it comes to marketing. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about my background in a minute or two here. But I worked in the marketing industry. I owned a marketing business for 12 years. There is a whole lot of BS and confusion and just an overwhelming amount of options when it comes to marketing. Your head probably spins from listening to, all the options. There's SEO, there's pay-per-click, there's content marketing, there's PR, there's paid social. Like, there is an overwhelming amount of information out there and a ton of options to choose from. And so a big part of what we're going to do here and what I hope to do for you guys is really simplify and really drill down in what really matters initially. This is about building the machine. And so I'm going to help filter through a lot of the BS. And we are going to focus on a concept known as direct response marketing. Just show of hands, how many of you are familiar with the concept of direct response? Okay, about half the room. Cool. So direct response is really, it's a philosophy. Okay, it is a philosophy. And the definition is simple. Direct response marketing is designed to elicit an instant response by encouraging prospects to take a specific action. So in contrast to building a brand, right, which there's a time and place for branding, but branding doesn't typically encourage people to take a specific action. All direct response marketing means is that we are encouraging our prospects to take a specific and measurable action, and we're encouraging them to do it right away. There's some confusion when I talk about direct response marketing, because a lot of people, when they think direct response, they think like cheesy 80s like infomercials, or they think of like, those direct mail, sales letters. And those things often are direct response. But the key here is that direct response is really just a philosophy. It's a way of using the tools. You can use modern social media, video, blogging, Instagram, whatever, you can use any of those different tools. And if you use it in accordance with direct response marketing, you're in a good place. So just let's get that straight. Direct response marketing doesn't mean old school 80s infomercials. It just means it's a way of using the tools that we're going to talk about. Everybody good with that? Does that make sense? Just to show you a couple examples. So this is a Facebook ad. I'm going to show a lot of examples today. Some are going to be law firms. Some of them aren't. And that's intentional because I want you guys to see that these concepts work well outside just the field of law. So this is a Facebook ad. I don't know how well you can read this. It doesn't really matter. It's a company called Freshly, and they're advertising. It's like a meal delivery service. And so they're using Facebook, and they're making a very specific offer. They're saying, struggling to eat right? Get chef-cooked meals delivered fresh for $6 each, normally $9.50. Offer ends soon. Click here to get the offer. And then if you click, it takes you to a landing page. They capture your information, and they try to sell you their product. And so what's really important to realize about this is there is only one action being asked for here. They're asking you to take one specific action, and you are either going to take it or not. There's no middle ground. Either when this ad crosses your vision, you click the link and you fill out the landing page, or you don't. You either do it or you don't. And that is the beauty of direct response marketing. It makes it easy to track whether it's working or not. Just by show of hands, how many of you have experienced frustration at some point running your business when it comes to marketing because you're not sure if it's working or not? Let me just see show of hands. How many people have ever wondered if their marketing is working or not? Pretty much everybody in the room, right? And the beauty of direct response is that is the philosophy and the tool that helps you cut through all of that, because it becomes an objective answer. Are people clicking on my ads? Are they coming into my office? Are they scheduling consultations or not? It creates accountability. There's a reason that most marketing vendors today don't talk about direct response, and it's because it creates accountability. They do not want to be held accountable. Nothing makes your average marketing agency squeam and squirm and freak out more than the concept of immediate accountability. It's not, hey, give me 6 months and see what happens. It's, listen, is the campaign working or not? It's data driven. So direct response allows you to cut through that bullshit and get an answer. Is it working or is it not? Another example. This is a how to manage ad. The how to manage marketing team does an awesome job with this stuff. They're offering, a checklist, 151 ways to get new clients. Click here. And now here's a landing page where you download the checklist. And I promise you, because those guys really know what they're doing, they can tell us exactly how many people saw this ad, how many people clicked on this ad, how many people then completed the landing page, how much did we spend on it. Now, therefore, we know we spent $5,000 and we got XYZ results. There is no ambiguity about it. Direct response marketing. That is the philosophy that we are going to use as we build out the blueprint for our automatic marketing machine. And so what I'm going to do right now is take you guys through the foundational rules that are going to govern this entire process. Okay? A lot of this is different than what your average marketing agency is telling you. Number one, every single advertisement must include a call to action. We're not creating videos just to create videos. We're not posting on Facebook just to post on Facebook. Everything you put out, every marketing campaign needs to have a specific call to action. Call and schedule a consultation, download my lead magnet, come to my workshop, register for my event, whatever the case may be. Every single advertisement needs to include a call to action. Why? Because now we have a basis for evaluating the success or the failure of that advertisement. Number two, you will create urgency. The biggest challenge, the biggest threat to most businesses, most law firms, when it comes to marketing, it's not the competition. It's not the idea that, oh, these people out here might go hire another law firm. It's they're sitting on their butt and it's inertia. Inertia is what you are fighting against. You have to, with your marketing, create urgency to get your prospects to get off their butt and actually take action. A direct response campaign has to create urgency. And again, we're going to go through how to do all of this. I don't expect you guys to figure this out on your own. 3, you have to make it easy to respond. This is another area where a ton of businesses and a ton of law firms lose it. You can't ask too much of your prospects. You are think of it this way. Imagine your prospect sitting at home at night. They just worked a long day at the office. They're sitting on a couch. They're watching Netflix. Like, there are problems in their life, but dealing with those problems requires some effort. And it's easier to just sit on your butt and watch Netflix. Like, I've been there, no judgment. You have to make it easy. You can't ask them to get up and run a marathon. You have to make it real easy to respond. Direct response marketing and your automatic marketing machine always uses strong copy to create that urgency. You will create automated, organized follow-up systems. Single biggest missed opportunity for most law firms from a marketing perspective is no follow-up, right? Not having follow-up systems in place to stay in front of prospects and potential clients. 6, there will be a measurable objective behind every single campaign. Your campaigns may have different objectives, but you define up front, why the hell are we doing this? I'm spending $2,500. Why? What measurable objectives
1,000 live events
are going to
per
be
year?
produced by this campaign? You decide that ahead of time. You agree on that with your marketing vendor, so there can be no confusion about whether or not this thing is working. Measurable objectives behind every campaign. There will be A/B testing. We're going to spend time on this probably tomorrow. A/B testing is simply testing different elements of your ads and your campaigns to see what works better. Sometimes video A performs better than video B, and you're not really sure why, but over a large sample size, it's performing better. And if you don't run those tests, you have no idea if your marketing campaigns and your advertisements are optimized. And I'll tell you right now, most businesses do not A/B test their ads, and they are leaving clients and leads on the table, and they are spending more money than they need to spend simply because they've not optimized their campaigns.
That are even on the edge of.
There will be measurement and accountability. A big part of this is developing the discipline to review the numbers on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, and hold your marketing people accountable. Whether it is internal marketing staff, whether it's marketing vendors, whatever the case may be, you need to measure performance.
So I did a lot of integrations. I did a lot of pulling off miracles. But we did that. I'm smiling because Renee would call me on a Friday at 7 p.m. sometimes, and so say, "Can we have it by tomorrow on Saturday?" But yeah, we pulled off a lot of miracles, which gained a lot of trust, and which she brought us on as a vendor for how to manage in 2018. And then I guess it's been about a year now that I've been here full time.
Just letting you guys know real quick, this is we're leaning in on a live call with RJon. So I just wanted to let you guys know we've paused that screening for this live call.
This way and this way. So
that doesn't appear to come off. So why don't you figure out a different solution?
Hey, so we're gonna
challenges with anything you might be talking about today. You'll have my attention.
you paused your screen.
That's me.
You know, our not our current
Can you hear me?
Our CTO for the first 4 years had this saying that I really
Can't hear
believed
you.
in also. We'd be like, okay, so this is a business problem or this is a sales problem. He'd be like, he would say, no, everything is always a tech problem. Because
Yes,
you
I just
can't
don't know
solve
if
any
you're
of your
intending this to be a
problems with
backstage
technology.
conversation
You
or
just
live
have to learn how to
conversation.
apply it.
We're going to go
So
live
anytime
to
we're
this
trying to have
call.
conversations about
Yeah,
everything
I
just
over here
updated
is
the
boxes
audience
of
that we're going
technology.
live to
And he'd be
watch
like, no,
the
you can't
call.
just leave me the box of
Perfect.
technology
And then
because
we'll pick up with
technology can
Danny's
solve whatever
video
we're talking
in a bit.
about. You just have to
Okay,
learn how to do it.
perfect.
Are
That's
we
right.
still hearing Danny's
Yeah.
video right now? I believe we
No,
are.
it's paused.
Eric,
That's
Yes.
That's in there now. Okay, cool. Awesome. Good team.
Thanks,
please name
guys.
Eric,
That is super funny with the video.
Eric, you got a name drop.
Okay. I've worked with big brands, national brands as big as Sam's Club. I've worked with small brands you've never heard of, and that you've heard of Chicken Soup for the Soul, Jack Canfield, Mark Victor Hansen, those guys. Worked with them. Success Magazine. A lot of the people that came through Success Magazine, like Success would do a partnership with some big guru, and then next thing you know, the guru was like, hey, you guys do other stuff too? So I worked with a lot of the people that have been on the covers of Success Magazine. We've had 1,200 clients, and every time RJon asked me the name drop, I said, I'm going to have to just write a list of them. Because,
Oh, yeah, I wrote down that list somewhere, I think.
did you? Oh, great. But I mean, if they're in the information business, you know, the business of selling info, products, courses, doing big affiliate launches, yeah, there's the list. Is there anybody on there that looks interesting? I don't know. See, it's a lot. But yeah, we've had a good run of 15 years of just running from, you know, urgent project to urgent project for a lot of information marketers, I guess is the best way to call them. And direct response is all we did. Direct response, affiliate marketing style.
And
launches.
Eric's specialty was really all the engineering behind some of the biggest product launches that the internet has seen in the last probably 5 to 10 years. Eric's group was really kind of like the secret engineering behind it all, so that the gurus could do what the gurus do, and Eric's team kind of made the whole thing work behind the scenes. That's Eric.
Renee would be the person saying, we need to do this and this and this from this level up here. And then I was the dirt. You know, she was in the clouds with what has to happen, and I'm in the dirt, like, making it happen. That's the way we work together for a lot of things.
All right. And then Tanya?
Yeah, no pressure after going past after those two. So I have not been as focused in my career as Eric and Renee, but like them both, I have worked in the personal and professional development industry since the beginning of my career. Start to work with info marketers and the RJons of multiple industries. So got to work with, you know, Joe Polish 25 years ago and RJon Robins 25 years ago when they were not household names and they weren't all over the internet, helping create marketing technologies for them and helping them teach other people how to do the same thing. So really working with people who figured out how to systematize info marketing to make their businesses good. So I took that company from, I was the first employee, I built it up to about 35, and then decided I need something new. I also did fundraising. So I ran events across Canada and the United Kingdom, raising money for breast cancer research. So we were a for-profit company raising funds, and in that learned how to pacify people. So that's my magic talent. I'm really good with people and taking angry people and calming them down and selling people, because hardest sale in the world is give me your money in exchange for nothing. I'm going to give you nothing but a tax receipt. So built that company from, again, first office to 13 offices across Canada and the UK. And eventually Renee thought that I would be good here. So came here worked as a CEO, and now I am in charge of referrals and building a program that's really robust and gives a lot back to our members and helps them get value out of the referral process. So benefiting them, benefiting their colleagues, and benefiting us.
So we generate a few $1 million a year of new business every year with referrals, meaning referrals that we receive, and Tanya runs that whole operation. mobilizing the referral sources, mobilizing the members who are giving us the referrals, creating programs to reward the members who give us the referrals. One of the challenges we had for years, Andrew, was how do we reward our members for giving us referrals without putting them in a position where they now have a conflict of interest or the perception of a conflict of interest. In other words, is this really so great and you really care so much about me and that's why you're referring me to How to Manage? Or are you just getting a referral fee or a kickback and that's really why you're doing it? And our number one objective, of course, is always to protect our members. And I would never want someone to lose a referral source or a professional relationship of their own because that referral source questions their motives. And so for years, we did nothing to reward our members for giving referrals. And we did nothing to encourage them even really, other than to say thank you. I mean, we did a pretty shitty job. And one day, I'm embarrassed to admit, it just occurred to me what is now the most obvious thing in the world. And the obvious thing was what we need to give our members to encourage them and reward them for giving us referrals is more of what they already want.
Yeah, you don't give them money. You give them more of your services for free. And
So
then
that
it becomes a valid site, not net marketing.
So that way, when someone says, well, probably the only reason you're giving me this referral is because you're getting a kickback, they're saying, no. The only reason that I'm referring you to this restaurant is because the restaurant's going to give me more of the food that the restaurant makes, which I consider to be so good that I consider that to be an incentive to refer you to the restaurant, which ought to tell you about how great I think the restaurant is. And that way it protects the integrity of the members. And then what we did was we created, before I understood cryptocurrency, which will segue into Andrew and how we met at the NFT event in New York City a few months ago. Before I understood cryptocurrency, we effectively created our own currency that we call HTM bucks. And so by taking certain actions that are good for us and we make sure that the actions we ask the members to take are always good for them also, we give you HTM bucks. And you never get any HTM bucks if someone hires us, because that's not your responsibility. That's our responsibility and your friend's responsibility. You get the HTM bucks for doing certain things that put us and your friend together, and then it's up to us to close the deal. And then those HTM bucks you use to then buy certain rewards that you can only pay for with HTM bucks, which makes it a non-direct monetary reward, which also has some very important tax benefits that a lot of these referral reward programs that don't understand and don't care about their customers, or they're not sophisticated enough to get it, they actually create tax problems for their referral sources. And anyway. So this is a good segue into how Andrew and I met. And I'm just going to start the introduction, and then I'm going to let you take over, okay? Eric, it involves bourbon. You'll notice Eric is sitting in front of a wall of bourbon casks.
Yeah, it involves you also searching for content for your, live broadcasts.
Yes.
That's right.
Deanna, I'm handing this back to you.
Yes.
All right. So I was a guest at the NFT NYC conference, and I was going through all the different vendors looking for interesting applications of NFTs that did not involve digital art. And I was standing at a booth interviewing MetaCask. And MetaCask is a NFT, it's a whiskey, a bourbon cask You buy a barrel of bourbon or a barrel of whiskey, they warehouse it for you, and it basically they turn into an NFT. I'm not going to do a whole big commercial for Metacask. You can look up. I sent you a link to Metacask. You can look at it yourself. Anyway, I'm standing there talking to this guy, and Andrew walks up, and I just finished interviewing the guy, and Andrew starts asking the same very good questions that I asked, and the person from Metacask was fumbling his way through the answers, and finally I just said, "Can I try explaining this?" And the guy from Metacask said, "Sure." And I turned to Andrew and I said, and I explained it to him, and then he said, "Thank you. Now I understand it." And I said, "Can I ask you a favor?" He said, "Sure." And I said, "Would you hold my phone while I interview this guy?" So Andrew, who was my cameraman, didn't even know me, but he was nice enough to do that for me. And then we got to talking. And now, Andrew, I'm going to ask you to explain what you told me, where my eyes lit up and I was like, member referral reward program. This is gonna put it on rails.
So let me give you my background first, and then I'll give you the kind of company background, and then I do have to ask you about time. So how much time do we have? Because when I go into showing more details, I need to know the speed at which I'm going and how much I'm going to cover. Are we ending at the end of the hour?
Renee, my schedule is pretty flexible. What's yours look like?
I have other meetings scheduled for right after this, but I can push it a bit.
Okay, so I'll try to do most within 30 minutes, but I'll leave, room for questions. Okay, good. I give me an idea of time frame. All right, so my background, so I'm Andrew Ringline. I used to do a lot of things. If I go far enough back, I used to, run different sales for different types of financial products, built a number of different sales teams, and then I left the conventional professional world to be a professional gambler. I did that for 4.5 years.
You need to get
it was really fun for the first year, and then 3.5 years of
quick release
stress.
Don't you help with that? Yeah, I'm talking to someone else.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
I don't want to just say.
I eventually got burned out on being a professional gambler because that is a hard way to make an easy living. And I came back into the professional world and I joined a startup division inside of HP. And I helped to grow it as the delivery and operations manager. I ran all the staff and did everything that was in sales for them for 5 years. We grew from 2 employees to 256. We grew to $50 million a year of revenue before it got acquired. Yearly, and we serviced with a SaaS and services hybrid model 3 of the top 10 companies in the world that I shouldn't say the name of because we were doing security services, but basically we worked for a lot of the largest companies in the world, securing all of their digital assets. And we created a software solution that combined with a human solution. So we created SaaS plus services, which is actually exactly what we're doing here at OfferMed. So about 5.5 years ago, one of my co-founders convinced me to leave HP and have him start a new company. And he wanted to change the way that communities and influencers and groups of people were organized. He basically believed we were at the beginning of a new era of marketing and a new era of relationships, and that communities of people and how they interacted was the future. We built several different solutions in our first couple of years, and then we aggregated them all together and we created a tool that we now call Community3. And this tool's goal is to, it's a SaaS product, so anybody can come and kind of use it for themselves, to allow you to leverage companies, individuals, influencers, in a scalable and viral way, to create a reward structure by which you could incentivize people by giving out reward currency. It has store redemption. It tracks social media actions, so we know when people are tweeting or live streaming or on TikTok or on Instagram. We can monitor and verify those activities and then also see what comes out of those activities. And we use this to create a viral engine of growth that can both help communities grow, help them recruit more people in other communities, but also keep those communities really engaged. And it has a lot of applications. After we launched this, we found that it was could be used in lots and lots of different ways. And I'll show you some examples of that in an actual demo. But basically, we have software that is a entire involved reward infrastructure to build out communities and groups of different people to track the actions they are performing and then reward them for it. And we've been building this software for 3 years. Fairly recently, well, let me go back to one more thing, which is we believed that one of our main consumers of this was going to be game publishers, because one of the largest needs for any marketing is gaming. Gaming is now bigger than all other forms of entertainment combined. It's bigger than, radio and music and movies and TV. All those things are smaller than gaming. So gaming was this giant target area where we were trying to change the way people could market and recruit users in gaming. But we found that conventional game publishers were slower to adopt than we had expected. Because they didn't value community as highly as some other pocket groups that we were encountering. And so we have other types of groups that have gone live and some in game publishing, but we didn't have the incredibly explosive traction that we thought our wondrous software deserved. Well, at the same time where I met RJon, we basically learned about the Web 3.0 world, which is built entirely on communities. It's built on referrals. It's built on friends being friends. And everybody in the Web 3.0 world basically recognizes that relationships and communities are king. They're the right way to grow from a marketing standpoint. It's where everything in crypto and blockchain is basically built. And the software that we built is perfect for that world. So we are not really focused on game publishers anymore. We are now focused on still what I'd call outliers, which is like you guys are an outlier. You have a fascinating use case that could be transformative in the legal industry. And then we're focused in the Web 3.0 space because everybody there appears to recognize the massive importance of community and of viral growth, because conventional marketing doesn't really work. In the same way, it's probably hard for you guys to go conventionally market to go get new customers, right? How do you go market and then only target law firms? That's probably a little bit of a challenge. Well, when you leverage the community you already have, that is a really effective method of trying to get customers.
Yeah.
And so that is the entirety of what we're built to sort of do that. Keep people engaged, give them rewards, and then drive viral marketing. So my role at Opera Event is I'm the president and CRO. I think president means the opposite of what it does for you guys from talking to RJ, from RJon. So the CEO is the head of the company, and then I'm head of really the operations and getting all things done and how we build the software and who we're working with. I'm also very involved in the customer side, so I spend a lot of time meeting with customers and figuring out how our solution can map to what their needs are. So this type of call is also very common customary for me.
Okay, so before we get into it, any questions? Otherwise, let's just look at the demo.
Any questions before I start?
All right, let me say something before you start. Two things. One, Andrew has met Allie. Allie has met Andrew. I mention that because everyone has a high degree of respect for Allie's bullshit meter. We got this far. And second, Andrew and I actually have a bigger idea in mind for a collaboration to create a software platform that allows professional service firms to gamify the management of their staff, which I believe could be ginormously huge. But we're not going to go there right now because first we need to make sure that the software works for us. Andrew needs to make sure he likes working with us. We need to make sure we like working with Andrew. And the best way for us to sell that story later will be to say we were a customer first and then a partner later. But I just want everyone to know in the background that, because you're all eventually going to start thinking the same thing, which is, holy shit, what if we applied this to the gamification of the management of the staff of the of the business owner. And it could transform modern management. It really, truly could. All right.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to get to that point. But let's start here. So let me go and share my screen. Can the host enable screen share?
Would that be me?
No, Tanya's got it.
No, I'm working on it. Sorry, just 1 second. Go ahead, Andrew. You should be able to share now.
All right. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay.
Quick question. Is there anything you're showing us that's confidential that should not be live cast?
No, we're good. I will be limited to maybe this instance because I don't want to. This customer has agreed to let me share their instance, which is why I'm using them. So
okay.
This is one of our customer instances. This is their management dashboard. This customer is called Game Master. You can see that right here, right? They also have this is their branding. They also have, this is a TV show coming out in a few months. They also have some subgroups in here called the Dragon Dojo and the Tiger Dojo. This relates to their show concept. So all of this is styled to look their brand, right? This is their instance. In this case, I'm actually showing you their management instance. This is what you log into to look at their users, okay? You guys follow me so far?
It's their dashboard.
This is their dashboard.
Their internal dashboard. Got it.
Their internal dashboard. So here we have various members who have logged into this dashboard. And we can see platforms they've authenticated, right? So one of the key elements of our technology is we can collect OAuth tokens for different social media platforms. What that means is we can collect first-party data, know what people are doing what, right? We can know that someone has tweeted something out. And I'll go into that in a lot more detail as I go deeper. But this is platforms that these individuals have authenticated. We have information on when they joined. We have their reward currency here. This what it looks like and what's named is customized, right? This would be the HTM bucks, right? So this would say HTM bucks. Right. There can be a status for where they're at in the process. A very important part of this is how they are tagged. You will have different types of customers, whether it be a new person, whether it be a referral, whether it be a small law firm, whether it be a mid-size. You'll have some categories, I don't even know what all of them are, by which you will want to interact with them potentially in different ways.
Right. So we would have members who have been with us for more than 5 years. We would have members who have been with us for 3 to 5 years, and from 1 to 3 years. I'm just making as an example. We would have members whose businesses are over 5 million, 1 to 5 million, under 1 million. We would have members who have a CEO, a COO, but not a CFO. We would have members who just have a CFO. We would have members who we're doing their bookkeeping for them, we're not doing their bookkeeping for them. We function as their chief marketing officer, we don't function as their chief marketing officer. They've done a sales workshop, they've done a speak to self on the stage workshop, they've done a financial literacy workshop. These are all the different tags we could apply to really customize, because we wouldn't want to ask someone to promote a workshop or a service that they themselves have not benefited from.
That's exactly right. Well, everything you just mentioned sounded like a tag, right? And that tag would then allow us to show them and ask them to do different things based on who they were, right? So these tags are a really important element to understand, because this is how we're going to show people things, right? Based on how they're tagged. And we can tag them based on things they do in our system, but also we want to tag them based on some of these initial buckets. So it might be you have a list of all these customers, and you just create, okay, here's the 7 most important tags, because we want to make sure we're showing the right people the right types of incentives and offers. So that's tagging.
Eric, did you have a question?
Go ahead.
I thought Eric had a question.
Okay, let me dive into one of the important parts of this, which is quest lines. So this is the asks that you have of somebody. Now, from a psychology standpoint, we find that when someone does one thing, they will usually do 8 things. So 75% of users who perform one task will perform 8, right? If they're made simple and they're laid out. So let's say that you start off by asking someone a question of, Do you want to join rewards and earn HTM bucks? This is also like terms of service or code of conduct, some recommendations as a code of conduct. Okay, so we're going to start with this step, and we're going to say, hey guys, now this is communicated out in whether it be an email or website, various locations. You're saying, hey guys, if you want to join our program, we've added in even more rewards for you. Here's the link. They click on that link, and they come through here. Okay. Now this is a question that we're asking that they're going to sign off on. When they do, they're going to earn a reward, and they're going to earn their first 50 points. Okay, just for agreeing. Now, there's probably nothing they can get for 50 points, right? But we want to train them on. They did a thing, they pressed a button, they got 50 points, right? Now, let's just say we want to learn some things about, why they want to join the HTM Bucks. We'll make this skippable, right? But we're going to give them 100 points if they answer 6 questions about what do they want. Let's see. What do you bet?
Can you just show us how to add a question?
I can't. Not in this. This is so to get super technical for a moment. There are some elements of the system where when you're on the admin side, you perform an action and it simply creates the thing on the user side. The quest lines are not that. These are attributed and configured by our team on the back end. The thing I'm showing you right now is called Quest Builder. It's like a placeholder. It's like a visual workboard for you guys to lay out what you want to do. It won't go live by you pressing any buttons here. You'll lay it out, and then usually you meet with our team every week. We go, okay, what are the new quest lines you want to add? We go, okay, these are 3 quest lines. Hey, by the way, consider doing this for this, and if you want this configured this way, you want it tied to this, and then we'll actually configure it on the back end. Does that make sense? So in the visual representation right here, it doesn't actually have.
So this is really just a structured way for us to tell your team what we want you to configure for us.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, it is here. In a lot of cases, it's not because this is just a structured communication. This won't go live, but we can do it here, so we can do.
I think the point that Renee is driving at is there's a logic built into your system whereby we use tools like this that you provide to lay out and to communicate with your team how we want things to be, and then your team builds it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. For this piece of the technology, there are some things here that go live immediately, but the actual quests are quite complex in the back end. There are about 60 different types of what we would call a quest step, and a lot of them have lots of different things they can integrate or tie to. So the implementation of that is just a little bit more in the back end. Okay, so in this case, we put in 3 questions like why HTML bucks, what is the best thing we do for you, what do you wish we did. We have some questions we asked. This is just an example. Now they earn 50 points for the first step. They earn 100 points for the next step. And now we're going to say, okay, we want you to tweet about words.
Right. Pick one of the following 3 tweets and send it out, and we will give you $50. 50 points.
Right. Now,
and Andrew, that's predicated on them authenticating their Twitter account first, right?
It is, yes.
Got it.
Yep. Yep. I can go and show that here.
So authenticating your Twitter account is going to give them points either, right?
Yep.
Beautiful. Yep.
Now, in this case, we'll still make this skippable, but the step afterwards is going to be locked based on performing this one or not, right? So you won't be able to do this thing unless you do this thing first.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And also very similar to what it looks like on the user side, basically these steps and this text. And then there's the, okay, you can skip past something where you can perform it, and then you earn the rewards. You get that immediate sense of getting something. It is a different psychology compared to having an abstract. We work with a lot of customers that do rewards already that are doing them in the abstract, right? They're saying you do this thing and we're going to give you this, but they don't get to feel or touch it, right? When you make it simple and you make it so they can feel and touch it, it makes it much more compelling to be like, oh, I did a thing, I got a reward. Oh, I did a thing, I got a reward. I did a thing, I got a reward. I did a thing, I got a reward, right? It makes it much more like pulling people through these various things. Let me give you more examples, which is you probably want them to follow you on Twitter, right? And actually, you might want them to follow you on all social media so that you can leverage all the things that RJon is doing, right? And so you queue up multiple different types of follows for them to earn currency as well. And you use the smaller actions to train them to get them ready for the bigger actions. Now, you guys don't do any incentives based on whether or not someone buys, but one of the things here is...
Well, let me ask Tanya to just talk about some of the things we do incentivize them to do. And you can either show us or you could just say, yes, it does it. All right. So we incentivize them. So Tanya, I'm just going to kind of throw out a couple things and add a couple things, and let's just give them some ideas, okay? We incentivize people to put out posts on their social media. We incentivize them to be a buddy to a new member, sign up to be a buddy to a new member at their first live quarterly meeting.
Okay.
Be someone. Go ahead.
We incentivize people to talk to prospects who are considering this.
Yeah, have a conversation with a prospect who's considering engaging our services and screen them and make sure that they're not an asshole before we have a sales call with them.
Okay. Yeah.
May I add something here that I think is important for Andrew? A lot of the things, the activities that Tanya and RJon just mentioned are ones that our team, aka Tanya, has to verify that it's been completed. So they can register for something here, right? And we can track that. But then we have to actually say, yes, you completed the task. Is that a phase of this?
Yeah, it can be. So one of the things that can happen is, so there's two steps in the case of what you're describing.
And I want to just,
actually,
I want to add one more. I want to add one more dimension to this, Renee, and tell me if you agree with this or not. We're not really overly concerned about one of our members like ripping us off and conning us out of too many points, right? It's not like we can use the honor code for some of this, in other words, right? Like, yeah, you know, I said that I was going to be this person's buddy, and now I come back and I verify that I did the following things that qualify as being their buddy. Ha ha ha, I'm going to con you out of 100 points. I mean, that's not the kind of problem we're worried about. So I guess the point I'm making is you don't need to worry that we are worried about locking it down that much, because we're not.
Right. Like, for example, right now, Tanya would be the one to track and verify that they did a call with the member, for example. But it could be self-reported. They could come in here and log a call and get their own points. And, I mean, they try to steal points from us. We can deal with that then. They don't think that's a problem.
Right. It's good to hear you guys say that. Because it's actually usually not a problem in general, because one of the things that happens is people don't know what is actually tracked or reported or who's doing what. So we find that even for real world rewards and non-professional users, about 80% of verification that is like self-verify is usually accurate. And I expect you guys are probably gonna be like 95%, right? That user error will account for more than people trying to
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, what they're conning us out of is points that they can use to buy a free workshop to learn more good stuff that helps them make more money, which makes them a better customer for us and makes them more appreciative of being a member of our community. And it's like, you know, we're not that worried about that kind of stuff.
Here's one of the things we would do. Let's say the buddy thing has to occur like at an event, right? So there's not going to be a way to verify that digitally. Well, when we have this, how often are your events happening?
Quarterly. I just had an idea. What if we said that the way you get your points for being, the way that I get my points for being Andrew's buddy is I get Andrew to log into the system and verify that I was his buddy, which then of course introduces Andrew to the whole ecosystem.
Yep. That is better than what I was about to describe.
Oh,
I was
okay.
going to describe something much worse, which is we can even time gate things. So it's like you sign up to be a buddy and you can't verify it for a month or until the meeting has happened, right?
Oh,
so it
yeah.
creates an arbitrary line. But what you described is actually better because we can do a second person verifying. So we can do somebody else verifies that you were a buddy, right? Somebody else can have the step that is, hey, put in the name of the person who was your buddy, right? And they put it in, and that will trigger the reward to the other company.
Right.
That's an example of a configuration that is not one of our options that you would see going through this, but we would need to go and configure that in the back end.
But we could create things like that. Good.
Yep.
And Andrew, is this something that is kind of a first party? The member has to take actions in order to get points, or can we do either an API call or a push, like a webhook, to say that somebody did something? If we have something that's in our wheelhouse already, that it doesn't necessarily work with your situation.
Both things are very viable. So one, we'll get to like sort of pricing and structure later, but you get a certain number of like based on your package size of APIs that we'll connect to. That can be external and custom. So if you want to have an API and just dump data to us to change point scores, we can do that. You can also do it from inside the system. The goal is going to be to have it be, you don't have to have external systems, right? But you can do it all from here. I can come in here and I can select people based on their tags, and I can award points, and I can send emails, and I can send notifications, and I can change statuses, and I can do all that from here. So I'm like, hey, everybody who's been here for 5 years or more, we want to just bonus them another 500 points. Okay, look, we come in here and we're going to sort by the tag for, in this, let's see, all the recipients who are on all tags. I can basically just put in the tag that I want to award to or change to. I put in the tag, I then have the search criteria for this, and then I come in here and then I take whatever actions in regards to that tag that I want to do, whether it be awarding points and then send them an email saying, hey, by the way, guys, you got some bonus points because you've been with us for more than 5 years. We want to just, reward additionally our most loyal members.
Right.
Yep. Or, hey, guys, we see that everybody who successfully did a buddy, you're like, you know what? We think we need to adjust the rewards for people who are buddies. We're going to send an email out, and then we're going to just manually give out another 500 points to everyone who's a buddy in the last quarter.
Cool.
So the goal will be to make this as easy as possible for you there, so you don't have to use much externally. But if you have other API stuff that isn't ours, then we can get that data back and forth. You can also export it and use it wherever else.
Yeah, and like if the point total, if we have a membership site and we want to show them their total, like in a badge or something like that, can we pull that like as a real time pull, or could we at least have it update like when this score changes?
Yeah, you can do both. So first of all, you can have an API that is pulling this data out so you can show it on the website. There is inside the system a bunch more things that are relevant. So we have tiers and badges. So we have like tiers and ranks. So you can have people rank up. They might be a platinum level user or a platinum level referral person. You can have people earn more by ranks. You can also give them badges based on things they've done. Right? Or they have buddies. They get a badge for being a buddy. Right? These badges might have purpose, or they might not. They can be tags that can be assigned. It might give them different options in your store. So there's a lot of different things you can do to further gamify what you're already doing. One of the things we would do is we'd say, okay, great, what are you currently doing and how do we just map to that? And then is there any other low-hanging fruit for ways to make this program a little bit better? Or are we just copying exactly what we have right now and then trying to make it so the actions are taken
from what you're seeing?
And then my last big question, I do need to leave in about 10 minutes. That's why I'm asking a bunch of questions right now that I've got to pull away before I pull away, is the authentication to it, meaning we're in the process right now of doing a single sign-on integration for all of our, we have maybe 6 or 7 different places our members log into. We want them to log into one place and then jump to whatever thing they want to go to. Does this work with single sign-on?
It does not. We could build that. That would be us building a custom step. So,
or could we push a special link with something in the URL that's authenticating them for them to jump over into it from one of our systems? That'd be
yeah, we're not set up to do that, but we can do that. Does that make sense? Like, it's not a thing that we have by default set up. Right now, we basically use different social media platforms as OAuth tokens. But you could pass us a sign-on event and then pass us a user, and then we can use that to validate who they are. So it's a viable thing we can do, but it is not an out-of-the-box design exactly.
Perfect. But it's something where we can work together. Maybe. Got it. Cool.
Okay, this is a review of the store. So in the store, conventionally, we have customers who are giving away social things as well as things of value. You can give away things either in their entirety, or you can give away things via raffles. So here's the example of a laptop. You can get this for 2.2 million points, or you can buy a raffle ticket for 1.2 thousand. So maybe there's an event and backstage wine drinking with RJon, right? That you want to have, but you only have 10 of them you can give away. But you can put them as a raffle, right? Now that may not fit with your.
No, I love it. I love the idea. I love the idea of
services for the HTM. But if you want to sprinkle in anything else, you can.
Why won't you listen to me? I was joking. I was talking. I was on mute, and I was getting more and more frustrated because no one was listening to me. I love the idea of the raffle. I could think of lots of things where we would 100% want to give people opportunities to do a raffle. Because the cool thing is, they're using the points that they earned from something else to enter a raffle. Love it.
Okay. So now the store is a live entity. So you can just add things to the store very, very easily. You just add the image, you add, the cost.
And this would be like where we have the things that we want to sell them, which would be more of our stuff.
Point. Well, reward. This is where you go to get your
rewards they can redeem.
This is where you go to redeem your
Both
reward.
the store and the quest lines are all totally tag contingent. What that means is if you've got a big law firm that, has something that only they should see in a quest line or only they should see in a store, you basically tie that to their tag, and then it only.
So everyone can basically have their own custom. We can make custom stores based on tags.
Yeah,
yes.
We could have offers for law firm owners versus support staff versus.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, support staff, you want to give away, computers and Beyonce tickets and, Chili's gift certificates, whatever that might be for the support staff. Whereas you want to give out different things for the owners, right? The owners are going to want, services.
Right. Okay.
So this comes back again to why tagging is kind of very important, right? Because basically your experience is based on.
We are what you would call power users, I think, of Infusionsoft. Like we get tagging. We understand all of that.
We have over 10,000 tags on our platform.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
So now, when you complete a quest line where you perform certain actions, you can be assigned a badge. You can be assigned a tag. So you can have people. Okay, they've completed their new client onboarding process. You can use this for a bunch of documentation. You can be like, hey, we want you to fill out this and answer these questions, and we fill out this and then do this, and then you might have 6 onboarding steps where you can put those in here. And when they're done, they get a badge and they get tagged, and okay, they've now been onboarded. So you can use it as part of your onboarding workflow as well as your reward incentives.
All right.
So there's a lot of functionality in here, but I think that's the stuff that probably most closely relates to. You know what? Actually, I didn't show you Twitter. We show you better than Twitter. as an example. Let me show you the Twitter goal. We're going to do send tweet. Okay. Okay. When someone goes to send a tweet, we have their OAuth token, and we have the ability to surface all of the information that's useful to them right then and there. That means that hashtag and we're going to have a link.
So basically, since you're pulling in their feed, essentially, you're scanning all those for those hashtags, and that's how when it shows up in the tweet, you go, oh, he gets the points. Not you, but the software.
Not exactly. We're sending the tweet on their behalf.
Oh, so when you
so we're gonna vet it before it gets sent. So somebody comes in here and they get to see the suggestion, right? It says don't be a troll, keep it professional, or don't. If there's artwork that you want to go out in this tweet or in this post or whatever it is, that artwork pops up. A attributable link tied to them can be right here, right? So you'll know that this person did this thing and it drove this number of clicks, right? And who those clicks were, and we can attribute that as well. And then you can have any content that is required in here, like the hashtags and the ads. And when they go to send this, we're going to vet the text against a naughty word list, right? So if they put the word Nazi in there, right, it'll reject it. If they don't customize it, it'll reject it. They have to add customization. And if they try to change any of the stuff that's required, it'll reject it. So we're sending out a vetted, no naughty word list, all the right links and hashtags and ads inside of this tweet. We know it goes because we sent it. It can also be queued up for later. I don't know if you guys have a use case for this or not, but you might. You might want to say, hey, by the way.
Most of our naughty list is from stage, so it's not usually a problem online.
Great. Let's say you want to actually have.
So for social media, then what you're saying is we could actually prepare dozens of suggested tweets and have them out there, and they can go in anytime they want as part of they want to get points because they see something they want, and be sending those posts, whether tweet, Twitter, TikTok, whatever, sending those posts. They're still going to go through our system to say, okay, yes, you didn't say HTM or Nazis, and it's going to push it through, but they're the ones taking the action to get it out. We're providing the content. Or suggested content. Yeah. Okay.
And Tanya, we need to train them to use this platform to send it, not to go to Twitter and try to type it in themselves.
Right.
Because we're not scraping Twitter, we're pushing to Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now you can queue up and you can have time delays, right? You can have it be so like, okay, there's 10 tweets all right here you can choose from. We're okay if you do all of them, but you can't do more than one every 2 days.
What about if one of the situations we see a lot is we have members who are part of 1,000 different social media groups and will mention us in response, right? So people are like, oh my God, I just wish I could get controlled by law firm. Hey, have you ever heard of? So are we able to track that then because they are an authorized user so one of the biggest challenges for me is all these individual things that people do right now to give them their points is me sitting with a spreadsheet tabulating points. It's very archaic. So if something like that happens, perfect.
So, what we can do is we give them a link. So they just get a referral link. And every time somebody does something in regards to this link, right, do they go and they create a single sign-on, right? So if you have a system that's different than this one, that you have a sign-on for, or creating a user account, and someone goes and creates that user account, that can fire off a pixel that comes back to our system that tells us, okay, user A173 created an account, and they came from this referral link. So these attributed links are basically present everywhere. And you can give someone a direct link, like, hey, by the way, here's your shareable link. But there's also a custom shareable link when it goes out in Twitter, right? It's a different link when it goes on Instagram. So you'll know not only, okay, I got 100 clicks from RJon, but I got 20 of those when he tweeted. I got 80 of those from him custom posting this in response. And of those 100 people, 33 of them created an account. And if you want to track this next level, 15 of them bought our services. 7 of them have fully onboarded tag, right? You can have any event that your system knows about in any of your systems, fire off a pixel, and that pixel will come back and attribute. And you might want to give them rewards, and you might not for that action. Maybe you're only rewarding up through the account creation, but you can still assign the deeper actions in there, so you can come back here and look at your members list and go, you know what, this guy, Auburn fan, has generated 20 paying customers based on the payment event that was fired off.
Yeah, so we can track all the way through, even if we don't reward every step. We still track the whole customer journey or the whole referral source journey or whatever. Exactly. Got it.
And what you can do then is you can go, you know what? We've got a bunch of people who have been really effective at actually bringing customers. We don't want to directly incentivize the paying customer, but here's what we can do. I'm going to take these top 4 right here, and I'm going to send them a message and say, hey guys, by the way, you've been some of our best referring partners. Really appreciate you advocating for our services. Here's an extra 100,000 points for you, just because you've been such great reps for us.
Right.
Do it offboard, right? That way they still feel the glory of having been a great partner, and you know that they're the ones who brought paying customers. But you don't need to say paying customers, you can say you were a great partner, and then you just directly reward those 4 guys.
I think Renee was speaking up.
I have a question. Eric, I have a question for you, Eric, translating what Eric just said.
Yes.
So can you verify what he said? Could we put a custom link for the members that they can go post on social media that would drive them to a page that's either the same or looks like our Grow page where they select, I know a member or I want to schedule an appointment with a member and then track those?
It'd be a single URL, Andrew, with a hash or something that identifies each person separately.
That's right. And I'm guessing by your response that you haven't done pixels before. They're very easy. What happens is you would add a thing called a pixel inside of your event, and we pass you a identifier inside of the URL. And it's actually a very easy thing to add inside of your system. Pixels at various events, and we fed you that user referral link when we first sent them over your way, and then the pixels fire off when different actions happen.
We're actually very, very intensely using pixels in lots of ways.
Okay, great. All right.
The problem we have in most cases is that when people hit refresh 3 times, it gives them credit 3 times. So are they smart pixels or are they dumb pixels?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I've never heard that problem, so I think it's probably
it's either when I say a smart pixel, it just doesn't for that same session.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. So we're not going to double count a single user can't give you credit twice in our system.
That's
all
all
happened. Yeah.
So yes, Renee, yes.
Yeah.
And I apologize, but I do need to run, and it's an unavoidable conflict that I have. So it's been great meeting you. I'm very interested, and I think that from my perspective, my feedback so far is 2 thumbs up.
Thank you, Eric, for being here.
Nice to meet you. Eric, we'll talk more. Sounds good.
Andrew, so as you were saying there, you can sort of see who your top, you can look at the entire prospect journey to whether they became client by member whose actions encourage them. Can you also look at that at an action level? So can we look and say, you know what, people reusing our tweets has been incredibly successful at getting new clients?
Yep. Yeah, so you can do it in multiple different layers. On one level, they're kind of the results and the earnings and what they've done can be the members. You also can run reports on any given quest line, how it's being adopted. So one of the things we normally do, we normally meet every week to talk about new quest lines and do things that
Can we I think what Tanya's asking is a little bit different than the road you're about to go down. I think what she's asking is if we think that we want to incentivize members to do tweets, we think we want to incentivize members to do Facebook posts, we think we want to incentivize members to do skywriting. Which globally is actually the most effective thing for us? Can we run that report?
Yes. So what you would do is you would go in and you would run. Well, there's different kinds of reports. One is you might have a standing report that's constantly feeding you an outcome from different categories.
Mm-hmm.
But you also can go and run what I would call like a behavioral report on Quest is usually a very important thing for us to review. Because what we'll see is we'll see that people will do some things and not do other things. And there'll be drop off at different points. So if there are 8 things we're asking someone to do, right? We'll see that in this quest line, people are doing 75% of the 8. But in this one, they're only doing half, they're doing 4. And there's a big drop off. Why is that big drop off? That is a user flow kind of adoption report. Then we also can do reporting of what you're asking, which is, it's a different kind of report, but that can show how much is coming from each of the sources globally. So is it Twitter? Okay, all that's aggregated in one line. We call those custom reports. Basically, when you have a type of roll-up of the data that you want to regularly see, and we do 1 in our basic package, and then we do unlimited. I think we do 6 at our highest package. Basically, where you've got a regular view of data roll that you want of some type that is not already in the system, we just create a very basic page that rolls that data up and displays it on a regular basis. And so that might be, okay, what's the aggregate skywriting results?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
And then I'm assuming that we could also even slice and dice if we wanted to of all the left-handed people have better results with Twitter and all the right-handed people have better results with Facebook.
Yeah, usually that custom report is going to be very, very rich with nuance. So, for example, one of the custom reports we did for a specific launch that we just did basically had a series of influencers, and the influencers were doing live content on Twitch. They were doing YouTube content, and they were doing 2 tweets. And so what we did is we had all of the content in one report. So you can basically see literally every tweet, every YouTube video, and every live mention on Twitch with the results for that associated action for just the one specific launch. So all the data was there where you could see left-handed versus right-handed.
Yeah.
But also so you could look at all the content, right? So you were like, okay, you know what? We want to know what it looked like when it was skywriting. We want to know what it looked like when it was on Instagram. We want to know what it looked like when it was on Twitter. So that you have both the results and the content, because they wanted to look at the content and see how the content influenced the results. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And they learned from that, okay, wait a second, they actually learned how to market their own product. They're like, clearly this messaging used by these people here was much better. We need to use those words and that type of messaging. We need to talk about the product in this way, right? Because those are the people who really effectively drove people to adopt.
This makes perfect sense. Just in the interest of time, I just want to check in where we're at. How close are we to reaching a conclusion?
I think we're done with principal features. We can just do questions, and then there's also like pricing. So I think it's questions and pricing are the things that I'd love to talk about, which we can also postpone. We can do another meeting later too. I know we took a long time to get this one going.
I think that Renee, Tanya, do you have any questions? Most of the questions, Andrew, really are going to be driven by Eric, because Eric is the person who knows all the technical questions to ask. We're really just like, can it do this? Can it do that? Will it wash our clothes? Will it drive the car? We'll do these things. But Eric, Tanya, Renee, do you have any questions at this point?
Not really. I mean, not questions again. That would involve Eric, because I would try to explain what I'm saying based on our systems communicating. And
right. So I think that I think that the best thing is for me and Tanya and Renee to get together with Eric. We'll we'll bombard Eric with all of our questions. Eric will translate all those questions into technical talk. Eric will then have a conversation with Andrew and maybe bring in Andrew's programmers and whatnot. And then Eric will be able to come back to us to say, yes, yes, no, no, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
From what he said, I think we could probably connect with every single thing you're doing. We can connect with an API. We need to build a single sign-on handoff. So, but those are the main things that he's already communicated, and those are things that we can account
Right.
for. So
I'm just saying, rather than us,
some things we have to do. Sorry.
I'm just saying, just from a make the best, most efficient use of our time, because as you mentioned, it was hard to get this appointment scheduled because there's all these busy people with crazy schedules. The best thing to do then is probably for just me, Renee, and Tanya to funnel all of our questions to Eric, and then have Eric connect with you and your team to get the technical questions answered. So we can jump past, and unless there's like anything that Renee, Tanya, you're just dying to ask right now. Otherwise, we can just get to pricing and everything else.
okay.
Renee,
Yeah,
Tanya?
listen, I'm the most skeptical, hardest to convince of the group, and so I have not seen any deal breakers, which is highly unusual. So well done. It can still happen, but so far so good. So you think Ali's bullshit meter is high. I'm like the gatekeeper,
Yes.
and so far so good. So all right, so
Prices.
it'll really just rest on the technical side, and then of course, assuming Oscar approves the budget and stuff like that.
You want to talk?
Yeah, I mean, I think you and I
have
already.
to run.
Right, Andrew, you and I, just give us 30 seconds, Renee. You and I, Andrew, already kind of talked about prices in New York. So yeah, you were making sure that I wasn't going to be like, what do you mean it's thousands? I thought it was hundreds. Just hit the numbers real quick, just so that Tanya and Renee have the right expectations, and then we will adjourn this meeting.
Yep. So silver, which would cover you guys for everything except for all the technology integrations, is $5,000 a month. So that's 60 grand for 1 year. That includes one integration. You guys actually need two, and that's not a small difference. It's actually, you also need some custom reporting. So you might be in the state of needing gold. You might only get by with silver, somewhere between these two. If you need even more custom reports and more integrations, I think there's the two that really matter. You're really going to need the single sign-on handoff, and you're going to need API data sharing. So it's two, so it's more than is covered in silver.
So we're between silver and gold, probably not platinum.
Right, you're between silver and gold.
All right, so between 5,000 and 10,000 a month.
Yep.
Well, it's either 5 or 10, not between.
And do we
Well,
get a
we do
discount
something
for
between.
your
Okay, so there's a between silver and gold, maybe 7,500 a month, whatever.
I think for you we can do that because I want to get this off the ground. Because I'm actually also super excited by the prospects of what we can do for partnering together.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, then do we get reward points?
For bringing people, absolutely.
All right, so I just wanted Renee and Tanya to see this because this is obviously part of it, and none of these numbers surprise me. None of these numbers are outside of our budget. We got it. It's really just a question of whether it's silver, gold, or something in between silver and gold, and then Eric taking all of our questions, making sure that he's satisfied with all the answers. And then we need to just do, proper due diligence on the technology to make sure that it's legit, that it works, blah, 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 blah. I'd like to check some references, to just talk to people who have worked with you and your team to make sure that you deliver everything you say you deliver, because unfortunately, you come on the tail of us being fucked over by a long list of people who made a lot of big promises. And so...
Sorry to hear that.
Well, yeah, it's unfortunate. And we have the same thing in our business, right? Like we don't bullshit. We're for real. If we say we're going to do it, we're going to do it. If we say we've done it, it's because we've done it. If we're saying it's real, it's real. We're going to verify it, back it up. Unfortunately, we run into a lot of people who are like, yeah, but everyone else is full of shit, so I need you to prove it. I just want you to understand a little bit about our process. But as far as I'm concerned, the sale is made subject to silver, gold, something in between silver and gold, and just some due diligence, which I am operating with the expectation will not be a problem.
I have two last thing to mention. One of them is another thing that we're doing that will help you potentially out, and the other one is we are a beta software, even though we've been in development for 3 years. We are constantly adding lots of features, so we are feature rich. We do a lot of things. We do 5 times more things than I showed you. I just showed you the parts that were relevant. But a lot of those features are also kind of buggy. So make sure you understand that we're feature rich. We do tons of stuff, but it's still a beta product, so it can still be a little bit buggy. Nothing that would impact you in any kind of way, mind, but we are still beta.
We're beta too.
We're
all
beta. You're doing it by hand, like it's going to be way better than that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The second thing is one of the things we normally do, and it's included in every package here, is 3 initial EDU IGC videos. Is we create educational content. Maybe you don't need this because you do a bunch of recording, where we create polished videos with good animations and backdrops that will educate people on this process, right? So when someone first comes in, there will literally be a video, and maybe it's we film RJon and we give the backdrop and we do animations and make it super cool and polished, or maybe we do one of our professionals, so that people coming in get a really clean explanation of any given thing, right? That might be what is your services in general? Maybe it's what the reward program is. Maybe it's what the referral, how referrals work. Maybe it's how the next monthly seminar happens. So that is something that we do along with this. Because we use our software ourselves, we created on accident a giant creative network. We have about 140,000 influencers as our own customer that are in our own rewards version of this ourselves. And we use them and animators and content creators to basically create content for our customers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a hard time with that because we have a relative to many of your other customers. I would imagine we have a relatively small group. We only are talking about 550 by the end of this year. 750, maybe 1,000 law firms that we manage. So it's a relatively small group. We have lots and lots and lots of interaction with them live in person, not just virtual. It's just that the value of our average customer is probably significantly higher than, small volume, large value. Anyway, this is great. I gotta go. Andrew, we will, I think Tanya, I'm gonna ask you, I think Tanya should run point on this. Renee, do you agree, since this is her department?
Renee left. She agrees.
All right, Tanya, so when you run point on this, you make sure that me, Eric, and you and Renee get together and put together all of our questions. Eric will get back to Andrew, and we'll decide whether it's silver, gold, or something in between. All right?
Awesome. Sounds good.
Okay, you're lunch. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Andrew, also for your persistence. I know it was a little hard to make this happen, but I think it'll be worth it.
I think so too, and I'm very excited by our potential.
Oh yeah, that part is.
It's actually great to have your use case. I think it's fantastic to have a reward system. So I'm
It's unmuted.
Hey, quick rundown. We got Jimmy here.
Who?
Jimmy.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Jimmy. You said Jimmy.
Jimmy. Jimmy.
I'll just get confused.
Jimmy. Who can I turn to?
That was fantastic.
I believe it's pronounced Jimmy.
It's like Jenny, but with M's.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Jimmy.
Perfect.
It's your
Perfect.
Texas twang that's.
She can't. Can we get the audio on that one?
You hear me say Texas twang?
Yeah.
I did. I can hear everything.
Jimmy, if you need to chime back in on here.
We're having an echo.
Yeah, there's a loop. Okay, so now the live cam is muted, which means I cannot hear you guys. So there's another machine in there that must have been unmuted. I think I see no, I'm not sure what machine was unmuted, but I'm going to be talking to myself for just a minute here because Jimbo is moving the camera. So anyways, what we just heard there was a very interesting. I mean, talk about behind the scenes. We're talking about the opportunity to witness one group talk to the representative, the service provider for a particular service, and then watching that conversation happen as to what is the value that service provider can provide for that group, in this case RJon's group, whether the value gets the return. Everything is about ROI when you're talking about growing a business. ROI has to be top of mind. And so one thing I want to personally highlight, and we'll get RJon into the conversation here, is that a lot of times when we're building businesses, one thing that we are very reluctant to do as we're budgeting and looking at all these things is investing in ourselves, investing in our team, investing in our business. But that is such a crucial component of the ability to grow. And so investing in yourself can mean a lot of things, but in this case, obviously we're talking about investing in a program that is marketing and encourages engagement and all of those kinds of things. And so that alone, if you plunk down some change, right, and you create you partner with someone who can create this ecosystem that a lot of it is automated, but also can be customized to speak to your business needs, to your customer needs, to your audience needs, all those kinds of things, and the engagement interactions that you need to focus on to grow your business. If you can have a service provider provide a lot of that, you're going to go a lot further, because you want to be a jack of your trade, not a jack of all trades, in order to have your growth reach its highest potential. So now we're bringing in RJon back in. We have Dylan here on screen with us. Hello, fellas. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Doing good.
Hey. So RJon, I don't know if you were able to hear me. I was just speaking about the value, about how cool it is to be able to witness, you speak to a service provider and talking about whether or not the investment makes sense and the partnership and everything else that makes sense. So I wanted to know, first of all, if you have any thoughts that you'd like to share, but then in particular, what I'm curious about is what was going on in your mind while you were evaluating that call, while you were thinking about whether or not to move forward and how to move forward. What was like one of your most critical considerations as that call was going on?
One of the things I've had to learn and really kind of grow up as I built this business is I've had to learn to enroll my team in decisions. I've had to learn to get them excited. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not the one who's going to be deploying any of that, right? Like, I might have one or two other conversations with Andrew, who is the let's call him the vendor.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But it's going to be Tanya and Eric who have daily, weekly, monthly interaction with him and his team. Right?
Right.
If they're not excited about it, if they don't see the vision for it, if they don't like working with him and his team, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I wouldn't ever just say, too bad, we're doing it anyway, because sometimes I have to just pull rank and make that executive decision. But I mean, like, you got to decide which battles you want to fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that you got to be real. You don't want to be the president who comes back and forces your team to do a whole bunch of things that they don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to I spent a lot of my time enrolling my team in ideas. So to be clear, let me just trace the arc of what you just saw.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. Yeah.
So first off, yesterday morning, I talked about this in the parking lot at like 6 o'clock in the morning. I think it was dark. And I was talking about how I invest a lot of my time exploring, right? Trend spotting, hunting for opportunities, hunting for trends, hunting to see what the next big thing is going to be. My team runs the day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month of the business, and I'm free to go out and explore and discover. Most of what I'm out there exploring and discovering amounts to nothing. You know, we have almost $250,000, what we call jokingly inside the RJon slush fund. I have almost $250,000 in my budget for this year for me to just explore and experiment and test and try things out. Most of that is going to go down the toilet. But there's a few things that are going to come out of that. I mean, this entire 60-day project is being paid by my slush fund, right? Maybe this will become something really great. Maybe it won't. But you don't know till you try things, right? And this is one of the
That's
really
the only way to innovate.
Well, look, when I was broke, I was able to innovate, but I just couldn't innovate very quickly or on a large enough or a larger scale. This is, to me, the best part of building a successful business. To me, one of the best parts of building a successful business is that I get to go out and try things now. And when I hit a home run, it's like a big home run now, as opposed to before I would hit a home run and it was a little home run.
Right.
Look,
Right.
My home runs today, let's put this in perspective. Okay. Right. Because there's people, you know, I have my business grossed around $22 million last year. There's people who have a $200 million home run, a $200 million business. When they hit a home run, I mean, it dwarfs anything that I do.
Right.
Everything is relative, right? We're
Right,
all,
of course.
everything is relative here.
Of course.
The point that I'm making is I NYC, and I went there on a journey of exploration and discovery. And one of the things that I discovered was that guy, Andrew, who you just met. And one of the things that I discovered was a technology that could really, truly transform a big part of my business. I mean, that technology can put literally millions of dollars into my personal pocket. Forget growth revenue. I'm talking bottom line profits.
Yep,
right?
absolutely.
It could really transform my business in a big way. So I was there.
And it's a home run because it's not focused on a single client. It's a home run that's focused on impacting the entire portfolio.
Right. So I was there in New York, just exploring and talking and asking questions and all this stuff, right? Which is why it's so important to have lots and lots and lots of ideas all the time, because you're basically going through life looking for things that can make some of these ideas come true. This is why it's so problematic when people have like, you got to always have plan B, C, D, E, and F. You got to always be ready to dump plan A, or sometimes just put plan A on hold because it's just not working, and then go to plan B. But if you don't have plan B, C, and D, you hang on to plan A for too long.
Yeah.
You don't give plan A a chance to just cool off when it needs to cool off. And you walk past a million opportunities for plan Bs. I mean, like at any given time, I probably have 5 or 6 businesses in my back pocket ready to launch, just waiting to find the right person to take ownership and take responsibility for that business.
In fact, I think it could be argued that if you're a business owner and you've been in the lane for plan A this whole time, that you probably have missed opportunities because you've been so singularly focused.
Yeah, and it requires some real nuanced thinking, because you also don't want to be like scatterbrained all over the
place. Shiny objects.
And this is precisely why you need a business coach. This is precisely why you need a grown-up CEO and a grown-up COO and a grown-up CFO keeping you at least on the highway, if not in the right lane. Right. And when I say you need that, I mean, I need that. I have a CEO, I have a COO. You saw her, Renee. I have
Mm-hmm.
a director of finance, Sherry. I have a whole team of people who keep me on the highway and give me the freedom to switch lanes.
Right.
But you asked me a question and I didn't get to the answer to the question. Okay, so I was in New York. I met Andrew. I found this opportunity. We've been trying to connect. I was on stage at the DeFi Miami conference. I was one of the speakers for 3 days there. He came there to come meet with me. We never really connected. We've been trying to get this appointment scheduled. And so what I've been doing quietly behind the scenes leading up to today's call is enrolling the different stakeholders within my organization on why and how this technology, assuming the due diligence checks out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been quietly enrolling Tanya on why and how this is going to be great for her. So she got excited about this call. She came to this call excited in the right way. I was showing Renee why and how this was not going to be problematic for her and why it wasn't going to create more headaches for her. I was going through all this stuff.
You
right?
met their objections and got them excited before the actual meeting.
So that by the time the meeting actually took place, they were already sort of pre-conditioned to come to this with the right frame
You
of
were
mind.
warming the audience.
I was warming up the audience. Exactly. I was warming up the audience for Andrew so that Andrew could come here and give the presentation that I knew he could give to essentially close the deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you're ever making a presentation to a group, to a team, to an organization, you want to make sure you've got someone in that group who's your champion, and you're going to ask that person, what are you going to do? Who are the stakeholders? Who are the decision makers? What are their objections going to be? What are their different issues going to be? And what are you planning to do? And how can I help you get them pre-qualified, get them all set up so that when we finally have the meeting, everyone's ready to make a decision.
Yeah.
Notice that when Andrew got to the price, like no one was surprised. No one was like, oh my God, $10,000 a month. What are we going to do? We all knew that it was going to be $10,000 a month because I prepared everyone that it was going to be $10,000 a month. And everyone's like, oh yeah, okay, that's about what we expected. So if you're selling,
makes a lot of sense.
If you're selling to a group, you want to make sure you are thinking this way. And if you're leading a group, you want to make sure you lead your group. Did I answer your question? I feel like I went.
Yeah, you answered a lot of different pieces of it. I think if I were to just say what was your main concern, I think it sounds like you actually addressed what would have been your main on your top of mind before the meeting even happened.
My
It sounds
main
like you're
concern in that meeting, my main concern in that meeting was making sure that Andrew answered all of the questions that I knew were important to each of the different stakeholders. And that's why you may have noticed that Tanya asked a question. Andrew kind of heard it a little bit different than the way I know.
Caught that.
And I steered it back and I said, that's not really the question that Tanya is asking. This is. I wanted to make sure that my main job there was twofold. One was to make sure that Andrew answered all of the questions, issues that my team had. And two, and this is important, and this is something that it took me a long time to learn, and I made a lot of mistakes in business before I learned this, is that I had to protect my batting average. And what I mean by that is my team will only get behind a certain number of initiatives before they start just stonewalling me or not being excited or not being enthusiastic. I need to make sure that I need to make sure that I bring them to initiatives that work. You know, followers won't follow a leader if the leader keeps following them, keeps leading them off a cliff.
Right.
Into
so vetting those opportunities really well as much as you can before bringing them into the conversation.
Exactly. So I did a lot of vetting and preparation to get ready for this meeting, and now I pretty much, you know, I set up the next steps. Every meeting should end with a close. Who is going to do what by when?
Yep.
You never end a meeting without an agreement about who is going to do what by when. Every single, don't ever end a meeting with who's going to do what by when. And I'm going to think about it. Is pathetic. I'd rather get a hard fuck off than I'm going to think about it.
Mhm.
Because if you tell me to fuck off, number one, I can resolve that right there and then on the spot.
Right. Right.
Or if the answer is fuck off because it's fuck off and it's not going to stop being fuck off, well, then thank you very much. Now I don't have to waste any time following up with you and following up with you and following up with you. I'll think about it is the worst answer you could possibly ever give me because I'm going to waste time. I don't want to waste time.
Or you're the worst. There's nothing worse than working and not knowing if you're even wasting your time, because that's what it is. Someone says, I don't know.
That's what I'll think about it means.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll think about it means I probably know the answer, but I don't want to tell you the answer. And you don't have the courage or the skill as a salesperson to find out the real answer. I feel like someone asked this question yesterday. Didn't someone ask this question yesterday about sales?
Yeah.
We did have that question.
Someone asked
I'm not sure. I may have missed that part. I don't think I was there when that part was. Yeah.
You weren't with us at that part, but someone asked this question yesterday about sales. And you have to be willing to ask the questions that most people are unwilling to ask.
Yep.
To get to the truth.
My number one advice when telling people about sales is you got to listen before you speak. You have to hear what they are needing to identify their pain points, to help prejudge what their objections are going to be, and just really understanding what they are so that you can then angle your answers to meet those needs. And if you don't hear what they need, then you're going to fail.
Most starving salespeople do too much telling and not enough asking. All right. Now I need to ask, where are we going to lunch?
This is the most important meeting, guys, right here, right now. The lunch meeting.
Are we taking them with us to lunch?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're going to see how the technology.
We're going to see how the technology works at the lunch place.
Yeah. Yeah.
It may or may not work. We'll see. So, Jimmy?
Yeah. So what we're going to do, Jimmy, we're going to leave and not try to carry it live. And then we're going to sign back in. And I'll keep you on the ready.
Wait, you don't want them to see us walking across the street, dodging traffic? Yeah. No, okay. So we're going to sign off now, Jimmy.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jimmy.
So cutting the broadcast, just to be clear.
We should be situated at the restaurant in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm going to the bathroom, so I'll see you later.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
What? I thought that when I had a multi-million-dollar business, I'd no longer have to go to the bathroom.
Your bladder is also worth $1 million.
Too funny. So will you be cutting the broadcast then? I just want to be sure I'm clear.
Talk about that email. Don't name names. The thing that Deanna sent you.
Yeah.
Someone just talk about that.
Yeah.
Talk about that, and we'll decide if we want to address it.
Yeah, we're going to address it at lunch. I already have a plan. Okay.
What happened?
We had somebody with a comment or an email. I got it via email. It was a Facebook message. Where a person that knows RJon from his past, they were in something together, let's just say, was questioning the legitimacy of RJon's numbers. In other words,
is he inflating them, right?
Yeah. He was basically saying, I'm doing the math and blah, blah, blah.
Did you just read the message?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say the name.
We're not saying the names.
Yeah, I know not to say the name. Is he not left?
He's looking for someone else to go to the bathroom for him.
Really
Where did you guys end up deciding to go to the lunch? I just got to know that. I got to know that one fact. No, to lunch. Where'd you guys decide to go to lunch? I got to know that one little fact.
Yeah, we're going to, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what machine I'm on. I'm on Dylan's machine. Okay, we're trying to figure out all this stuff. We're going across the street to Public Square because it's
nice,
fast and easy. The message reads, here's the thing.
Oh, God. Okay.
You say you have a 23 million per year business, but something feels out of alignment. I'm not saying you're lying, but without some frame of reference, it doesn't feel truthful. I mean, do you have 4,000 clients paying you $5,700 per year, 1,200 clients paying you $1,500 per month, 500 paying $46,000? Not that it's any of my business. I'm just offering a critique of how I, and I presume others, perceive the way you're marketing your success, air quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we were
I'm
both-
not going to call you a liar, except I'm going to call you a liar.
Yeah, he goes on to say, I know you way back. We worked on a launch together. I hope you're achieving the kind of income that you claim. I just believe that without substantiation, is that the word? Substantiation?
Yeah, it sounded good.
Okay. It's hard to take it as truth, especially knowing what other gurus, air quotes, are. So for starters,
All right. Do you mind if I go ahead? Go ahead. All right, I was going to say, listen. First of all, I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed because unless you are the person at the helm, unless you're the person who's in the books, you have no idea what those income streams are. None. I can even tell you with absolute confidence, my parents have no idea what all my income streams are. My team members have no idea what all my income streams are. My child has no idea what all my income streams are. And because it's nobody's business. But at the end of the day, you add those up and that becomes your stated revenue. So unless you are deciding that RJon has only one revenue stream only, then I'm sure that the numbers wouldn't make sense to you. But anyways, what is your response?
Yeah, no,
I'm so annoyed.
I like it. Here's what I would say, and I'll let him. We'll come back to this later, knowing him is what I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
There's many income streams under the How to Manage Enterprises. There's a video business that I run. There's bookkeeping that does not suck. There's a customer service business under this roof. There's an office business under this roof, meaning the boat. Many things. And I mean, I'm in on I'm not the one invited in on some of the financials for How to Manage Enterprises, but he doesn't have any problems like sharing stuff with me. And so, people can take the word for it or not, and he can basically break down where that money comes from if he chooses to do that. The other thing I would say is, and I could be wrong, but RJon's not walking around going, "I'm a guru."
No, he's so not. He is so not. In fact, I was going to say that I could reference Clubhouse randomly a lot of times because that's where most of my interactions happen these days. But for example, in Clubhouse, there are a lot of people who will open a room and claim that they know this, that, and the other, and they are a guru, right? And they're full of crap once you get beneath the surface. And so there are a lot of people who do that. But I can tell you what, the difference between those people and people like RJon who are legitimate is that those people start off by talking about how much money they make and how they're a guru, and then there's really not else that they're saying. Every other sentence after that is a repackaging of those first two, and they're just blowing smoke and being smarmy. But the people who are just like, I'm going to break things down, here's the formula, here's how I do it, listen to my calls, like that is not, that is open book as you can get.
I mean,
without actually opening the books.
I mean, the truth is, like, I know he's in a financial meeting next Friday. Whether or not we go in there or not, I don't know at this time. He's convinced it's like boring, but we'll see whatever. But we're doing this whole thing to really like go, look, these are the things that it takes to just get it done.
Yeah.
When he says, his slush fund of where he gets to go explore and stuff like that. I started as a slush fund.
And look at you now. You're all grown up.
Yeah. I mean,
legit. This is how I'm starting. I'm part of the slush fund.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
and at least it took me like 9 months to go, wait a minute, I was what? Okay.
I'm an experiment.
Yeah, thanks. No, but in all seriousness, that's the beauty of having the kind of, let's say, flexibility, meaning the cash flow available to do these kinds of things is what continues to power this whole enterprise.
Exactly. 1000%.
I mean, just a small.
That's what I was. Yeah.
Yeah. Little side note, like when I started here, and I started in July of 2019, I believe there were 50 something, maybe 60 something employees of the company. And now we're at like 120. Like in 2 years, it's blown up, that double employee. And what I love how he explains it is he takes so much pride in the fact of, yeah, okay, the money, it's great. But now all of these new employees have the resources to make a better life for themselves.
Yes.
And that kind of thing.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And that's what's exciting, right? This guy,
yes,
he fucking loves the ripple effect of helping bizarre to eat. Yeah.
I love how RJon photobombs his own broadcast.
We gotta go. I know. I'm about to tell her what to do.
You guys want to go to lunch?
I mean, she knows what we're doing, but I'm gonna give her. So we started watching Danny Decker.
Also, one more thing.
And I do want to talk about those numbers at lunch, just so you know. We set it up.
Good. I need to leave here as soon as lunch is over.
Okay.
I'll be gone for an hour.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. Cool. We got it.
You can come with me with a camera. We can talk. We can do whatever. Basically, I got to go get a COVID test. I don't have COVID. Don't worry. I already tested. I got to go get a COVID test.
Give a big old hug.
I love that we're joking.
Don't you love how that's like one of the last sentences he says? He gets all this other stuff out.
Hey, COVID buddy.
Let me put this in context.
Okay. There was a pandemic.
we had a house guest. We had a house guest who tested positive.
Yeah.
I've already been tested negative. Allie, Ty, the whole rest of the house already tested negative.
Yeah.
They got retested again yesterday, negative. I just need to go get my retest.
Okay, cool.
Negative now.
Yeah, we'll see if we can't do it live. We'll see what.
And then you can finally get everyone out of your house.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What is the situation? You started telling me. Let's finish this at lunch.
Let's go.
Hey, you started. Sorry to be rude.
We could bring the whatever.
Yeah, you go out there. I'll be right there. We started watching Danny Decker, who we're gonna see later on today from his workshop. Here's what I would love for you to do.
Sure.
Keep showing that session 1, day 1, and feel free to stop, comment on it. What are you taking away from it? How have you applied some of these principles in your own business?
Okay.
Essentially, buy us some time.
You got it. You got it. I know how to do that.
We'll ping you if we can get live over there. Otherwise, I'll keep texting you for sure.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Go eat something good for me. I'll see you guys later.
I know I can.
I got it. Don't worry about it. I can figure it out. I can figure it out. So
thank you. All right.
Yeah. Bye, guys. All right. So as you heard, we are going to continue with watching what we started to watch earlier, which was Danny Decker's video. So Danny Decker, he has this automatic marketing machine, and this is going to be day 1, session 1. Now we're about 22 minutes into it, and so we're going to be rejoining that. I have rewound it just a minute or two so we can kind of start to reorient yourselves to where we were. So we're going to continue that while they get situated for lunch. So it's going to be a really good time. So let me just get that video all set up here. It is almost ready. And I will go ahead and share that with you guys. Here we go. In 3, 2, and 1.
Why the hell are we doing this? I'm spending $2,500. Why? What measurable objectives are going to be produced by this campaign? You decide that ahead of time. You agree on that with your marketing vendor, so there can be no confusion about whether or not this thing is working. Measurable objectives behind every campaign. There will be A/B testing. We're going to spend time on this probably tomorrow. A/B testing is simply testing different elements of your ads and your campaigns to see what works better. Sometimes video A performs better than video B, and you're not really sure why, but over a large sample size, it's performing better. And if you don't run those tests, you have no idea if your marketing campaigns and your advertisements are optimized. And I'll tell you right now, most businesses do not A/B test their ads, and they are leaving clients and leads on the table, and they are spending more money than they need to spend simply because they've not optimized their campaigns. There will be measurement and accountability. A big part of this is developing the discipline to review the numbers on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, and hold your marketing people accountable. Whether it is internal marketing staff, whether it's marketing vendors, whatever the case may be, you need to measure performance and hold them accountable, just like you do with all of your other staff. Number 9, opinion doesn't matter. And this is a lesson I learned personally, kind of learned the hard way, certainly was surprised by. I'll show you some examples of this later on. But the ads, the videos, the landing pages, the logo, all of that stuff, what we think is going to perform best might, and it really might not. I had an experience where I created a landing page. It was one of the first landing pages I built in my last business, and it was really, really ugly. But it converted at a pretty decent rate. Like, we generated a decent amount of leads out of it. And it always bothered me that it was so ugly. And so we spent some time. We're like, okay, let's create some better looking landing pages and see what happens. And the ugly one performed better. And like, I literally spent like 2 or 3 years off and on, like, telling my team, guys, let's design a landing page that looks better than this piece of crap and converts at least the same. Like, just give me the same conversion rate, but then I'll feel better. And we never could. Like, the ugly landing page performed best. To this day, they're still running that campaign 10 years later, and we've never come up with a better landing page. And the point here is, you wouldn't know that, though, if you didn't develop the discipline of looking at the data and just throw out your perceptions of what you think looks good, what you think sounds good. The marketplace will give you the answer if you know where to look. Finally, results rule. Everything marketing related, results are what matters. Doesn't matter if your ad looks nice. It doesn't matter if your friends and family really like it. It doesn't matter if your mom is really proud of you. What matters from a marketing standpoint, are we generating leads? Are we generating prospects? Are we generating in the right quantity at the right time? Are they coming in the right frame of mind? Like, that is what matters. That is how your marketing feeds your law firm. Results rule. Results are what matters. So who the heck am I? Why am I up here? I started a business called Spotlight Branding back in 2010, and I sold that in 2019. We did a number of things in that business, some direct response marketing, some other things, mostly worked with attorneys. I know at least some of you here in the room at least know Spotlight or familiar with them. Awesome business, great people. I sold my ownership in 2019, in large part because I saw in the marketing industry like a total lack of understanding about how this stuff actually works. Like, your average business owner is really, they don't understand how marketing works, and so they're kind of at the mercy of their marketing agency to like do the right things. And sorry to say, a lot of marketing agencies out there really take advantage of that, like, ignorance. And you want to grow your business, you're investing money in marketing. I wish I could tell you that all the marketing people out there are doing right and doing the right things, but they're not. And so I wrote a book called Marketing Simplified. I started a podcast and a business around Marketing Simplified with the goal of helping business owners and law firm owners understand the strategy behind marketing, because it's really not that complicated. And once you get it, it becomes a whole hell of a lot easier to no longer be taken advantage of by marketing companies, because you can see through their BS. So that's what I'm about. Personally, I've done a lot of direct response copywriting, a lot of marketing strategies for law firms, and I've worked with, billion-dollar businesses. I've kind of worked with a wide range of businesses, helping them with marketing strategy. But then 2 years ago, or I guess about a year ago, I partnered up with RJon. We're writing a book together. We're doing some cool things, and we'll tell you more about it. But bottom line, I'm here to simplify marketing and just help it make sense. Just one more thing, and I want to say this is a personal level, but it's relevant to all of you guys. I am so excited to talk about marketing, and I love that I get to spend my time thinking about marketing. And I mention this because I know a lot of lawyers, I'm guessing most of you are not in this case, but a lot of lawyers are hesitant when it comes to marketing. It feels bad. It feels like, oh, I'm not supposed to have to market my law firm. Like, marketing is something that, salesmen do and whatever. I just passionately believe that marketing is one of the best things you can do to make an impact in the world around you. And it's not just that better marketing brings you more clients, right? It does. But when you bring more clients into your law firm and you make more money, now you get to employ more people, right? And your staff grows, and you're able to give them a steady paycheck, and they're able to go buy cars and houses and all of that good stuff. You're supporting your local economy. You're providing tax dollars for roads and bridges and all that stuff. But maybe most importantly, when you're marketing, you are solving problems for people. Like, each of you own or work in a law firm that is providing like real solutions for people and solving like real big, significant problems.
So I want to pause, Danny, there for just a moment. And I want to share something with you that I had as a personal revelation in growing my business. And I want to focus in, because he's talking about marketing. And so in terms of marketing, sales, pricing, that kind of realm of asking people to buy your services, right? And how uncomfortable that can make a lot of us. It made me very uncomfortable for a long time. And the key component that made the light bulb go off for me, that made me realize that I shouldn't feel that way at all, is kind of combination of a couple concepts. One is that, I have a lot of value to give, and that shouldn't be devalued, and I shouldn't be the one devaluing myself. So that was one thing, but that still didn't quite move the needle for me. What really moved the needle for me, because I have such a generous giving nature, was playing into that, realizing that the more often that I charge my actual value, the more often that I do that, the more I'm able to then do the charitable things that I want to do. For those who can't afford my services, I can go, for example, onto Clubhouse and host a room and answer a whole bunch of questions about podcasting. I can afford to do that for people who can't afford me, because the people who can afford me are paying me my value. So I just wanted to share that one as well. And on his point, which he's about to make about the fact that you're providing such a valuable service, you don't underestimate the impacts of that. Don't undervalue the impacts of what you're contributing. Sometimes the best way to look at it is to think, what would they be spending? What would it cost them to not use you? So as an example, pulling again from my own background and history as a podcast producer, when someone comes to me, if they've come to me after they've gone to Google first or whatever, then they come to me having wasted money typically on equipment they don't need, not attaining the equipment they do need, and also not getting the branding right and getting off on the right foot to market and all those kinds of things. So it's affecting their brand negatively. It's affecting the show potential negatively. It's affecting its ability to grow. It's stymieing maybe their potential to monetize that show, whether directly or indirectly by selling their services and stuff through it. But my point is that it costs them more by not working with me first. And so I'm going to continue with Danny, and I want you to keep that in mind as we continue with his lesson. I will go back on mute.
For your clients. And marketing is just a way of helping you do that more. It's just a way of helping you have a bigger impact and help more people and solve more problems. So I'm thrilled to be here. I'm really glad that you're all here. I'm just really excited to talk marketing for you guys for the next 3 days. So here's what to expect. We are kind of roughly broken down into three buckets here, if you're looking at the agenda, which is on page 3 of your workbook. So we're starting talking kind of high level. So the first 2 modules, which we're going to knock out this morning, are just all about understanding the why, understanding the blueprint of a successful marketing campaign, and then working through some strategic questions. So like modules 3 and 4, really more strategic, getting clear about who are your ideal customers, who are your ideal prospects, what's the messaging we're going to use. And then day 2, or possibly the end of day 1 here, we're going to transition into more tactical work. We're going to get really tactical. We're going to create blueprint for these lead gen campaigns. We're going to get real tactical, real detailed. We're going to do a lot of exercises. You're going to do a lot of writing, a lot of brainstorming. And that's basically going to be day 2 and the first half of day 3. But then we're going
Tell me about
but we're not at the moment.
Hey guys, are we rejoining you? Hey y'all, I paused the video. Wasn't sure if we were
Jimmy, hold on
rejoining
one
you.
second. We're not quite ready to be back.
Okay, let me know. All right, I will go ahead and restart this video for you. We'll wait for them to be all set.
Going to make sure that by the time you leave here, we've got a great plan for execution in place. Because where things often go wrong, I've seen this in my own work, I've had plenty of horror stories about this, is you come to a workshop like this, you create plans, you go to a webinar, but then the ball gets dropped when it comes to execution. And it's usually because you can't find good vendors to help you execute, right? We just talked about why the marketing industry is kind of tough. It's tough to find good people. So by the time we're done here, we're going to have a detailed plan in place for how to find marketing vendors, how to vet them, how to interview them, how to choose the right one, how to hold them accountable. We created a bunch of spreadsheets, like KPI spreadsheets that you'll have access to that you can literally give to your marketing vendors and say, fill this out for me every month. And now you know if your marketing is working or not. So we're starting high-level strategy. We're going to spend a lot of time tactical, like blueprint creation and planning. But then we're going to close by making sure that everybody walks out of here with a blueprint, right, in this book that you can hand to the right marketing vendors and they will build it for you. Does that sound good to everybody? All right. So let's talk about how to do this, okay? How do we build our automatic marketing machine? There are 3 critical variables that determine the success or failure of every single marketing campaign. The 3 M's: market, message, media. Market is simple. Who are we selling to? Who are you selling to? What does your ideal client look like? We are going to define that very specifically today. But I want you to understand that you have to have a clear picture and a defined picture of who your ideal clients actually are.
So I'm going to mention something because this triggered me in a very good way. I love that this is the first M that he's talking about, or first piece that he's talking about is knowing who you're marketing to. You know, as a podcast producer, that is the number one thing that I help clients with is understanding who they're talking to. You know, when you're creating any kind of content, whether you're writing a book, you're doing a podcast, you're blogging, or you're selling services, you need to know who your ideal person is on the other side who you're hoping to receive and take advantage of those services. So whether that's a listener, a viewer, or someone who needs your marketing services or your legal services or whatever it is. If you don't understand who your ideal client is, then you don't understand how to message to them. And so before you sit down and start crafting your first podcast episode or your book or creating a marketing plan, you have to understand who it is that you're talking to. And you can even make them up as a character in your head. Ask yourself the questions. How old are they? Male, female? What do they do for a living? Do they have kids? What kind of education do they have? How much income do they make? So all these different things. Where do they live? What do they like to do on the weekends? These are the kind of questions you want to ask. Even if obviously you're talking about a wide group of people, you want to have more than one customer. But the point is to think of who is the ideal customer. If you're to kind of create your target that you can go for, you need to know who that is. And then you can start crafting your messaging around them, thinking about what their needs are, what their wants are, what their desires are, but most importantly, what their pain points are. And then you can craft all your messaging around and your services around how to meet those pain points and then how to communicate that you can meet those pain points. So hearing him talk about this is the number one as his first piece. I'm like, yes. It's exactly on point. So again, no matter what you're doing, if you're trying to attract an audience for whatever it is, you have to know who that audience is. Okay, here we're going to continue with Danny.
Second, what are you telling them? So, okay, you've got a group of clients.
Okay, it looks like we're experiencing a little bit of buffering on Danny's end. Let's see if I can figure out how to fix that. If we are maybe just a couple of seconds in, let me see if I can get him to rebuffer. So I apologize for that. I'm going to stop the video, restart it, and see if we can get him unbuffered for you guys, because that can't be a whole lot of fun to
Actually
watch.
are.
There we go.
What are you telling them? So, okay, you've got a group of clients, potential clients over here. What the heck are you going to say to them to get them to buy? And then third, how are you delivering the message? Are you using Facebook ads? Are you using video? Are you using email marketing? Are you networking and shaking hands? Like, how are you delivering the message? I just want you guys to realize how simple and kind of obvious this actually is, right? If a marketing campaign doesn't work, assuming you offer a service that is of legitimate value to people, which I know everybody in this room does, there's one of three problems wrong with it. You're either talking to the wrong people, or you're telling them the wrong stuff, or you haven't figured out how to reach them in the first place. And so building an automatic marketing machine is really, it starts with getting crystal clear on your who, on the message that you're delivering to them, and the media channels that you're using to deliver that message. We're going to talk a lot over the next couple of days about a tool that I call, and a lot of people refer to as a lead magnet, but it's also often known as like a freebie or a giveaway or bait or, a lot of different things. Just show of hands, who is familiar and understands the concept of a lead magnet? Okay. Most of the room, but not everybody. And that's fine.
All right, we're missing good stuff here, Jimmy. We're coming back
a
live
lead
to
magnet
you from Public
is
Square.
a free giveaway.
Yes, we're finding out
problem
that
for somebody, right?
we just found out RJon is overcooking his steaks.
Oh my goodness, RJon, you lose so much flavor doing
And
that.
Like bacon. I used to be a medium rare, and then living with her for all these years, I've gone into medium
really
well.
was.
She gets hers crispy.
Yeah. I'll take it beef jerky.
That's basically, I like it to be turned into bacon, please.
Have you ever done like a medium rare steak Pittsburgh style where they sear it so it's crispy, but you still get like medium rare inside?
I didn't know that had a name.
Oh.
Pittsburgh style, it's so good. They'll
You
take a
guys make
skillet
I
and put
really
oil
don't
in
think
it.
anyone gives a shit.
It's fantastic.
I hope they don't.
Well, they're
hope
making
no
my
one's
mouth
taking time
water.
Having an
away-
engaging conversation.
I
right
hope
here.
no one's taking time away from making money with their business or training their staff or calling a customer who they haven't spoken to in a while to check in on them, to instigate a referral or repeat business or collecting accounts receivables or documenting a new policy or procedure. No, I need to know how RJon liked his steak cooked.
Jimbo, I got to call you back. They're at Public Square. This guy's ordered medium well.
We'll get back to your training later. I need to know how these people like to have their meat cooked. Here's the keys to the forklift. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Viewership's going up. Somebody's texting somebody. You got to get in here.
All right. All seriousness, forget about the cameras. What are we here talking about?
Yeah.
Jimmy, I think it would be a good idea for us to cut the stream and restart it so that we get that notification out there.
Yeah.
Can you do that? I don't have my laptop with me.
Sure, I think I can handle all that for you. Let me just go ahead and cut this broadcast, and then I will start it back
I have
up.
to bust out of here and go do the COVID test.
Is that cool, Dylan? Is that who was
I
talking?
will be in the car. Thank you. I will be in the car by myself, either listening to book on tape or talking on the phone, or if anyone wants access to me, go for a ride.
Yeah.
It's basically driving to the airport, sitting online for 5 minutes, getting a test. By the time I get back, we probably know whether you made a mistake being in the car with me or not.
That's what I was going to text her about if you want to go ahead and respond. I think it's a good call. This is what I told you I wanted to test today.
Yeah, to test today for sure.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So anyway, if anyone wants to come for the ride, you're welcome to come for the ride. Otherwise, I am perfectly capable of keeping myself productive.
Okay, great.